Yeah. Okay, I think we're doing it. I think we are live. Inshallah. Can you guys hear me? I'm in it. It's gonna be a bit boomy actually. I'm gonna need to put up some drapes or something because my dog got his TPLO surgery, so he can't go upstairs. So I had to move everything downstairs and reset everything up. It's been a day, guys. I have calluses on my hands from trying to undo my mic from the former stand. TPLO is a tibial plateau flattening surgery. Whatever Patrick Mahomes has, he also has that. He got a knee replacement. He tore his ACL. And he tore his ACL, this dog of mine, every Christmas on the dot. Like, I'm not kidding. No other time of year. The rest of the year, occasionally, like, tears a nail, gets an ear infection. Christmas, $5,000 surgery. Every year. Last year, ACL, left leg. This year, ACL, right leg. Apparently very common. Can't get pet insurance once they've done one to cover the other. So, you know. Year before that, stomach surgery because he got sick and ate so much grass, the grass compacted and created a blockage in his stomach. So he didn't eat something bad. I don't know. Is the sound not synced? Why? I'm really sorry. You're just going to have to deal with it being a little bit cucked because I'm not good at the technical side of the whole shebang, okay? It was huge for me today to find out I can create a new YouTube channel where I can watch things on my premium account without just buying 2 premiums. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's such a diva. And the vets love him because every time I take him into the vet, on his file it says scared of water, and they're always like, "Oh my god, scared of water? So cute." Is it? Is it cute? You tried bathing him. Not so cute then. Okay, guys. First of all, hello. Thank you. I'm glad it's synced. Thank God. First of all, hello. Good morning. Early Sunday morning if you're in America on the East Coast. Late evening if you're in Australia. Go to bed. It's a school night. Europe? I don't know. I think it's the afternoon. Yeah, the new room is because my dog had surgery and he can't go up the stairs. So I had to relocate down into this new room because he's not allowed to use stairs for 12 weeks. So it's super annoying, but we did it. We spent the whole day doing it. Oh, I guess it is Christmas holidays for kids. For rat bags. Oh, speaking of, this is unfortunately a Pepsi. Not a Diet Pepsi because you can't buy them in Australia. Not a Diet Coke, but whatever. 14 o'clock here in Europe. That means it's 2 p.m. Perfect. They are rat bags. Did you see what the kids in Australia did? Did you see that they they like sacked a Woolies because they were upset? Cooking Sunday roast. Yum. Guys, we got so much news today. Let me just sort my Max's. It doesn't taste the same. It's like saying Coke Zero and Diet Coke are the same. They're not the same. It's not the same drink. I don't know why you can't buy them in Australia. I have never found them. Never, not once. Apparently, we're one of the biggest consumers of Pepsi Max in the world. But yeah, I've never, not once, found and I like Diet Pepsi. So if that was an option, that's what I would get. It's not about the sugar free. It's about the lightness of the beverage. Guys, I think I'm gonna cook soon. It's not my best skill. I have many skills, but I don't know. Okay. News. Wait, let me just sort one thing that I hadn't sorted. We got a lot of Epstein stuff to do. Oh, poop. Something else I forgot. Okay, first of all, this is the Discord link. Be good, because I still don't know how to use it. And if you ruin it, if you make it weird, it's gone. It's a one strike and we're out. Okay? So behave. What is your best meal to cook? I'm really good at vodka pasta. I'm really good at chili. I'm good at dal. But my best meal, I'm a breakfast girl. I'm good at, some eggs on smoked salmon with some dill on top. Cottage cheese with honey on Turkish bread. So be good, behave, because we can do things like have movie nights and make group playlists and, do fun things if you guys don't ruin it. Okay? Thank you for your participation. Other things. Yeah, the reason that what do you mean there's lots of Epstein stuff? No, I understand it's all redacted. When I say there's lots of Epstein stuff, I mean, Nathan, I haven't made you a mod because I don't have any mods because I don't know how to make a mod yet. Everyone just wait, actually. Everyone pause. This is important. I'm just gonna make you an admin because I believe that exists. Everyone wait. No. Oh, wait, rolls. Oh, there is a mod mem. Oh, when did I do this? Oh. Okay. Well, you've got rolls now. What was the joke? Oh no, that's the problem though. So that's kind of because a lot of what I do is like talk about politics and I think be kind of funny. But at the same time, it feels it's that thing that I was talking about with Trump, where because it's entertaining, people kind of forget how bad it is. So like you're kind of trying to make jokes about it at the same time. You're like, I don't want to. No, talking about anime will not ruin it. I am rewatching Serial Experiments Lane. I also want to really get into some. I want to watch. I don't think this is anime. It's the last unicorn anime. I just watched Angel's Egg recently, which was amazing, even though I had no idea what was going on. I just caught the vibe. Just sat there and just like let the movie wash over me. Okay, anyone who wants to be a mod, can you type mod in the Discord? Like can you type I volunteer as tribute? And then after the stream I'll look into it and have a look, see, okay? Amazing. Yes. Serial Experiments Lane is so good. And as a writer, so if you guys don't know, outside of this thing that I do, I am a playwright and I am writing like a screenwriting and stuff. And there's this show I have that I have been talking about forever. And so much of it is to do with the idea of like death and the internet and whether you can die on the internet, whether that's possible and what it means to like live on forever on the internet. And I just think that anime 90s kind of depictions of the internet are actually more accurate and more revealing than current day depictions. Anyway, probably need a banned topics list. I know I need to do a lot, okay? I probably pulled the I probably pulled the trigger too quickly, but it's fine. Okay. What's the other one that I really like? There are many. I'm trying to get into more anime, so if you have more obscure recommendations, I would really like them. You can put them in there. And we're going to do movie nights, and I'm going to pick weird ass movies and make you watch them. Obviously, the Christmas movie will be Eyes Wide Shut. My server, my rules. Eyes wide shut. Okay. The news. We should do it, huh? I'm aiming today to do a longer stream. Even though it's very late, I am aiming to stick around a bit longer. So there's that. But we'll see how we go. Oh, wait, yeah, talk about your movie first, Vox. We're just doing a quick movie chat and then we'll move on. I watched Love, Sex and Robots. I watched season 1. I have some thoughts. 2 episodes I really, really liked. The rest of it, sometimes it was like too heavily vague, indescript war, kind of like military pornography, which felt just kind of like military propaganda. And what it felt more like was like, okay, this is a cutscene from a video game. Okay. Sometimes my sub count is right there. Sometimes so to me, I didn't like how militarized it was. There'd be one that I really liked, like I really liked Good Hunting, but then it just like had all this like gooning stuff for no reason, which kind of took away from it because all of a sudden, like I'm really enjoying this thing and then just like massive tits for no reason. But my absolute favorite episode was Zima Blue. That was worth watching the whole thing for me to get Zima Blue. I really loved Zima Blue so much. I thought the script writing, the voiceover, the very unique animation that was very of its own kind, and the kind of 3D, 2D elements overlapping, really loved that. And I also loved Fish Night because it did remind me of Angel's Egg, but Fish Night to me felt like the first scene in a much bigger project. And what I loved about Fish Night was using animation to do something that like it couldn't be done without the animation, not to the same extent. So I really liked that. Anyway, that's my opinion on that. So yeah. Okay, hang on. Santa not. That sock says naughty. That's why there's nothing in it. Okay, it was a movie by a YouTuber. Ooh! Onyx the Fortuitous and the Talisman of Souls, and it worked in every way it shouldn't have. Okay, you'll have to link it in the Discord in the movies channel so I can watch it too. I've been watching Phoenix and it's not good. Okay. It's interesting. I actually love a movie like that where I'm like, I don't like this movie, but there's something about it that is worth, like, I went and saw an Anemone Ronan Day-Lewis's film at the New York Film Festival. So Daniel Day-Lewis's son, and it had Sean Bean and Daniel Day-Lewis in it, and it was not good. But there was so much potential, like all of the errors in it, you could totally understand why they were errors. And there was so much potential in it, and there were so many cool elements that it was like, it's still worth seeing and indicative of good things to come. Yeah, I don't know. What have you read about it? What have you read about it? Okay, guys, we have to do the news because you know what's going to happen? People are going to be clicking in and they're going to be like, she's meant to be doing the news. Why is she talking about random stuff? This is actually something, let's just talk about this for a minute. I'm thinking about just streaming on Twitch because when I stream on YouTube, that's what I worry about, that everyone's going to be like, why aren't you covering the news immediately? Thoughts? Okay, let's get to the news though. I need to get a news theme. So when we do the news, we have an intro theme. There are also some headlines that I didn't go over, but obviously Elon Musk has changed the rules for X, where he can give your information to employers, which is weird and terrible. And Imran Khan has been sentenced to more jail time. We should all be worried about that. That's in Pakistan. Okay, news. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. See, I actually haven't finished the transition thing. I haven't fixed that. Okay. Tria. That's actually so smart. The only problem is I get distracted in the middle. Okay. Okay, Epstein stuff, guys. Wait. Wait. I don't know where I put my notes. Just give me 1 second. Okay, let's not call for the non-existence of countries. Okay, maybe my notes are actually, oh, there they are. Exactly where they should be. Okay, so, Epstein Files. Obviously, you've all seen them at this stage. Very fascinating. What do we call that? What do we call what we've all seen? I think in some ways it's beautiful because look at this. I saw this and I think you guys will like it. Okay, hang on. You have to wait, sorry. Here are some beautiful works of art that are reminiscent of what we saw. So we have this Daniel Buren piece, which I think really encapsulates the spirit of the Epstein Files, and also this Kazimir Melovich piece, just a big black square. I think it's kind of symbolic. You know what I think is so funny though? Like, genuinely, I cannot get over. Hang on. Don't look at my notes. You guys are always looking at my notes, and I don't want you to see my notes. Don't look at them. Unbelievable. I personally, what I love about it is like the idea that dropping these at all, right? The whole point was to be like, Donald Trump is innocent. Guys, there's nothing to hide here. Donald Trump is innocent. And we've made that really obvious because we've made this document that Donald Trump is not a pedophile document. And yes, we did black the whole thing out, but he's innocent. And yes, we only released a very small portion of what we said we would release, about maybe 10% if you're lucky, but he's innocent. You have to understand. Donald Trump, okay, this is actually, I am going to make a lot of jokes about this. I don't like making the jokes, but they come to me and they have to be made. And we'll talk about why the jokes are a problem as well. Okay, so we'll balance it, 6, 7. Okay, so it won't be a completely crazy thing. It will be balanced. What I love is not so much that Donald Trump and Epstein are friends. I love that I can't think of another single person that is referred to as Donald Trump's friend. Like, think about it. Think about the people who are famously friends with Donald Trump. Actually friends. I feel like this is his only friend. That one friend. Yeah, so obviously we know that the previously public files that have dropped before from the Epstein case have had over 1,000 mentions of Trump's names. In these new files, there's 600. About 600. So that can't be right immediately. So the DOJ has actually released less than the oversight Democrats. That can't be right. I love that not only do they drop it on the same day that Bill Clinton was like impeached, they don't redact anything about Bill Clinton, even though he's literally one of the people they were supposed to redact things about. They were like, no, in the expectation that we'd all be like, oh no. All of us like, yeah, we know. He sucks. Have him. There are no Democrats who are like, you're telling me this for the first time about Bill Clinton, and I'm really upset, and this completely changes my view of the Democratic Party and Bill Clinton. No. Nobody's saying that. I don't have names for friends of Obama. Yes, I do. Harry Styles. Hey, you didn't see that one coming, did you? Trump and Clinton definitely friends, possibly with benefits. It's not impossible. Yeah, so I think obviously we have nothing from the Epstein Files that is okay. There are a couple of things that are really bad as well obviously I mean about the way the files have been released. Obviously everything in the files is very bad. Okay? Hello. Do you know what's not too far when it comes to Hillary Clinton? I was telling my friend about this the other day. Do you know that when when Bill did the Monica stuff, they stopped talking. She stopped talking to him. Fair enough, right? Fair enough. Do you know when she started talking to him again? When she asked him to bomb Yugoslavia. We are actually going to do a whole thing on the interior because that for me is the most offensive part of what I didn't already know. Okay? But the first thing I'll say as well is that like it's crazy to me to think about being a survivor of Epstein, right? Finally, this gets dropped. And as a survivor, there is one thing that it was meant to be under federal law is searchable. It was meant to be very easy to navigate. This is just like a dump of shit that is impossible to navigate. There's no connecting tissue. Like it's very like over, and imagine that you're a victim of Epstein and you're having to click through photo at a time. Like that is it, and you're trying to understand, looking at it, being like, how did he get away with this? And I mean, I know the answer to that. I've got my own, I did a Substack article on this that we might even go through as a class, right? Because I think there's some really important stuff in there about the fact that no one is shocked that Trump might be a pedophile. No one cares that he might have fucked underage girls. I'm sorry, this is just true. Because no one cares when men do that. They don't. Men think that being attracted to a 16-year-old is totally fine and totally normal. Rich men think it's their birthright. No one is shocked by this. No one is surprised by this. Why would you think that the president of the United States is going to be held to account for this and that MAGA is going to change their mind on it when there are people in their own families who do the same thing and they turn a blind eye? Why do you think this is going to be the changing thing? MAGA aren't shocked to find out that Trump is involved with sex trafficking. MAGA aren't upset to find out that Trump might be a rapist. They already know this. They don't care about that. So anything related to Trump, even like engaging with underage girls, it's really not going to have an impact on his popularity with his base. We know this. He's already convicted for whatever. I'm not even going to say it because I know it isn't. I don't want to be sued by Trump. But people know about his sexual misgivings in the past. That's not new news, okay? And no, but that's true, Vox. It's like most men, but particularly Republican men, but most men just genuinely believe that once a girl has reached sexual maturity, is it a crime to find her attractive? Is it the worst? It's not like she's 4. It's not like it was a toddler. Yeah, they only care about it when they can make it into a queer thing. It's true. But I just think, like, I feel so sad for, like, Maria Farmer. Is that her name? The one who, the reporter's in there, that she did say to the FBI that she said, hey, he's doing this. He's doing this. Investigate it. Stop it. And just never knowing whatever happened with that and being able to see it there and be like, I did report it. I did. It's there. It's there. There is the evidence that I took this to them. I did what I could do. Anyway. So there are obviously a lot of... Yeah, I mean, okay, anyone who's worked... This is so gross, but it's just true. If you've worked fine dining, and I don't mean like a nice fancy restaurant, I mean like $500 to $1,000 minimum restaurant. Like, that's what you're putting down before you even eat. If you have worked around that kind of money, you know how these men talk. You know how they talk about women. You know how they talk about girls. I have heard men say, I can get you a 15-year-old. This to them is just a completely different structure of how society works, what is allowed for them, what is not allowed. It's... Yeah, but I can't remember what the crime was. I can't give a duck. It was not the crime that I think it was. It was some other crime. Yeah, exactly, Vox. Like, when you're around... This whole, like, idea of propriety is a very middle class kind of ideal, and the working class value authenticity, right? The middle class value propriety. Then the upper class don't assign a moral code to themselves, because why should they be restricted in that way? They should be the libertines. They should be the people who have sucked all the enjoyment out of life and they need something even more. Yeah, exactly, Tria. Okay, so yeah, Trump ignored the redactions that needed to happen and were meant to happen, and then didn't redact people who were meant to be redacted, and then redacted a bunch of people who were his political allies. So that's violation of the law number 1. That the documents were meant to be searchable. They're not. The full files were meant to be released. They weren't. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that is just completely wrong. The Act disallows redacting of documents that the court required to be released. They redacted them. Okay. Specific documents known to be in the files, such as like a draft indictment listing the men who federal law enforcement officers nearly indicted for their involvement with Epstein crimes, were not released, even though we know they're in there, even though they were meant to be released. So, I mean, yeah, what does the law even mean? That's a great point. Like, did it mean... It's just this crazy to sign your own act, right? To literally put out the law that you're saying, this is the law that covers these files. I'm going to put this out. And then be like, actually, no. There are some things that I find very funny. But first I want to talk about, like, it's a very clever strategy. It's a strategy that MAGA use all the time. I've told you about it before, but it's turning actual bad things into political theatre. Because the more entertaining you make it, the less people are likely to resist it. Because unfortunately, whether you like it or not, you are entertained. You are. And when you're entertained, you're less likely to push back. You're less likely to want it to end. You're less likely to think about it critically. In the same way that it's very... Trump is always saying, like, funny things. People are like, oh my God, how does he do it? Another one. He did it again. In the same way that this occurs all the time, this is what's happening with the Epstein Files. It's like the photos are so bizarre, so weird sometimes that people are like retweeting them because they're like, oh my God, this is so funny. Look at how silly he looks here. Like, look at how silly this is. And so now this is a funny, entertaining thing instead of a serious thing. The only reason that I'm willing to engage in the funny side of it is, one, my name is thesillyserious, and I acknowledge that there this dual nature in all things, right? They are going to be silly and serious. Two, we're acknowledging that it's political theatre. We're acknowledging that it's engagement of the spectacle as a way to distract us from the actual crimes. And three, I do not believe, as I have said, that there's anything you could do to make people give a shit about sex crimes. I'm sorry, it's just that it's the unfortunate reality of being a woman. They don't care. And men. And a man, sorry. I shouldn't say that sex crimes only happen to women, but the vast majority of sex crimes happen to women, and I'm telling you now, they're not going to care. They're never going to care. Yeah, exactly. Entertain like passing a car crash. It's this thing you can't look away from, but it is also, when I say people, I do mean MAGA, but I even mean Democrats. I'm sorry. It's like people only care. Like, I live in a country where a woman a week dies from domestic violence and just nothing ever happens about it. Nothing ever happens. And speaking of Bill Clinton, like, yeah, people are like, yeah, have him. We don't really care. But where's the outrage? Where's the kicking him out of the party? Where's the, and where was that with Monica Lewinsky? When I say people, I mean the prevailing model of society does not create an avenue where there can actually be justice for women who, are sexually violated, especially by powerful men, especially by liked men, but any kind of powerful man. I am in Australia. No. It's literally because the reason I came up with the name The Silly Serious is because I was doing my PhD in philosophy and I was giving all these talks. I gave a talk at what is it called? ESCO, the public policy wing of NATO. I'm I'm working in government. I'm doing all these serious things, and at night I'm going and being a stand-up comedian. And I was kind of like, I'm a funny person that's interested in these things, but I feel like when I'm trying to be funny, if I'm too like academic or serious, like all the funny people are like, I want nothing to do with you. And when I'm in a serious setting, the second I make a joke or like it erodes at my credibility and people don't want to listen to me anymore, as if these two things can't coexist, when really, if we look at the world, like they constantly coexist. And that's where it came from, because I that's who I am. I'm both silly and serious. Yeah. EBSCO. I think it was EBSCO. I don't remember now. It was a little while ago. But the one woman show that I'm trying to write about that's using Serial Experiments Lane as one of its and Bret Easton Ellis's Glamorama as like inspiration. I want to take that to Fringe so bad, but I have to write it. Yeah, UNESCO. Is it UNESCO? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I love horses. Okay. Yeah, so the political entertainment element of it, I think is really serious to keep in the front of your mind, right? That the sillier the photos you see of Jeffrey Epstein are, like the one of him like lying with the dog and stuff, that's there to minimize it in your mind and turn it into like the memification, where this image gets pulled out of the context of its meaning and circulated as like a joke, and now Jeffrey Epstein is more of a joke than it is like a serious, because the serious nature of it, I think the crimes that Trump are worried about are financial crimes that we're more likely to get if we look at the JP Morgan case, right? But regardless, it should be shocking that so many, whether or not they're involved in the sex trafficking, whether or not they're involved in sexually exploiting young women, the fact that so many powerful men networked and kept close relations with a man who is doing this is insane. It's crazy. Can I just, hang on. I need you guys to also, wait, I've got this photo I want to show you because okay. Have any of you heard of Camille Paglia? She's kind of this crazy lady who's sort of a feminist, but also an anti-feminist. She's kind of like a firebrand. She has this theory about things called glittering images. I have to show you this glittering image. Oh my God, where is it? Okay. You'll love it. This is a glittering image to me. There are lots of glittering images in the Epstein dump, I'll tell you that. But this is the glittering image I want to see. And you'll never get it out of your head once you see this. Are you ready? You're gonna love it. This is Donald Kirk. This is Erica Trump. You guys like it? And the reason I wanted to show you this is because a lot of people have been talking about Erica Kirk's, she's a weird anti-woke feminist. I don't really know how to describe her. Okay, this is the problem. This is why I wanted to show you this image, is because everyone's been talking about how Erica Kirk has kind of been dabbling into anime villain with her eyes, right? Like, she's dabbled into territory where it feels like, stop. He's in heaven, looking down. But the thing is, none of you know what it is to struggle with having very blue eyes, and then you try and put makeup on, and immediately it's like you can't use your eyes anymore. It's like, because as an actor, I got told, oh, you're always going to get quirky roles because you have these big round eyes, so every time you get cast, you're going to be cast as quirky. So then I started like holding eye tension, and they were like, you can't do that. Because I was like, yeah, but that's when I see Erica. She has to wear makeup, right? Because she's at these events and she's on media. But the second you put on eyeliner, especially like on your waterline as a blue-eyed person, stop. That's all. You become like an evil person. I just want to show you Erica Trump one more time because I think you like her, him, them. What do we think? It's scary. Okay, I just wanted to show you that glittering image. The tiny mouth. I also have a tiny mouth. I feel like can I just say, it's Erica's face on Trump. I am unfortunately dressed like, okay. Okay. Firstly, I'm very Republican coded as a look. I just look like I should be Republican. That was one. I can't give a duck says to me in the comments, how many subs to get you to dress like this? I will literally do it for, I will do Erica Trump cosplay. I'm going to say for 23 because I'll need to buy the wig. But other than that, I'm ready to go. So 23 is to cover the wig and to cover the embarrassment of doing an entire stream like this. To be honest, I feel like I just need the wig and the suit and I'm there. I saw it and I was like, I need to share it with all of you immediately. I don't know how to hit golf. You guys asked me to do technical things that would improve my life, like for instance, earn me money. And you think that I know how to do it. I don't know how to make a goal, okay? I don't know how to do that. But 23 subs, if we hit that 100 mark, I will do this. Pull one side of the hair across. Well, we'd have to work it out, okay? We could work it out though. This would be my favorite thing ever though. Why is the average scalp paler than the face? Is it just dust? I think it's because most people put makeup on their face, but not on their scalp. Okay, so other stuff to do with Epstein. Oh, one other funny thing I wanted to say. I love how everyone is like, oh, hi, I'm Jeffrey Epstein. Would you like to take a photo together? To me, there's no bigger way to reveal that you're a Zoomer than being confused about the level. Like, I think if you're a Zoomer, you look at these photo dumps and you're like, why was he taking photos of everything? Why was he taking photos of everyone? If you were around in the 2000s and you had a digital camera, I am telling you, this photo dump is not confusing. Me and my digital camera took a photo a second every time we're around another person. And the worst thing is, the advent of the digital camera aligned with the advent of social media. So if you are not a Zoomer or a young millennial, if you're a proper millennial, you have had to private albums upon albums upon albums of freaking just photos from a random, it's like 117 photos, Friday night. Friday night. Hang with my friends on a Friday night. We thought we would take 100 photos. We thought we'd take a photo of the pole. We thought we would take a photo of the street sign. We thought we'd lie on the ground and take a photo. We took some photos together. We did silly things and took photos. And now you all get to see them. That's what it was to exist in the early 2000s. And now people are like, oh, I'm going to buy a digital camera. Oh my God, I'm so retro. No, you're not retro. You're not. Because you buying the digital camera doesn't give you the joie de vivre that we had in the early 2000s. You buy your digital camera and you're curating. You're going home, you're touching it up, you're changing the colors, you're picking the best shots from the night. That is not how we did it in the 2000s, okay? In the 2000s, it was bang, 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 upload. Okay, so I look at this Jeffrey Epstein photo dump. I'm not shocked. I'm not confused as to why every single person who meets him has a photo with him. He had a digital camera and a dream. Okay? It is funny that every person on the face of the fucking planet has a photo with this man. That's funny. But it's not inexplicable if you have ever been, if you were of the age to own a digital camera in the early 2000s. I miss it, to be honest. My digital camera's in the other room. I can't charge it up. I can't work out how to make the battery charge because I want to. Ah! Wait, we didn't get the stars because the overlay's not here. Thank you so much. I don't even know. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Wait, guys. My microphone's in the way. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Guys, everything's going wrong. Why isn't it telling me what happened there? Who did that? Who gifted that? It's not coming up for me. Reveal yourself. Who did that? Thank you so much, though. Tria, thank you. On my side, I'm like, I've got this whole new setup that I'm trying, because I'm trying to be professional. Tria! Thank you so much. Hang on. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Oh my God, we're so close now. Thank you so much. And you know what I like? I shouldn't like it, but you donated 1-1 angel numbers to get us to 8-8 angel numbers. Okay. We love that. So thank you for staying in the magical spirit. Thank you very much. But yeah, I truly believe that the photo thing, it is what it is. The thing that's on the show, I think, shoes, or is it a bong? I don't know what that means. 8-8 is a lucky number, isn't it? What's it a dog whistle for? I don't even know. I'm not even... Actually, just quickly, to jump a segment, just quickly. Personal tariffs, quickly. I got to put one in for Twitter trends. Because now people are like, I thought IRL standard for in real life. And I'm like, I know this is a trend. I don't want to deal with it. The 8th letter. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Oh, okay. Well, that's not what we mean here. Is the thing on... It's not a bong. It's... They're baubles. In vases. It's festive. It's 3 vases filled... Guys, you're gonna make me have to redo my stuff. They're not bongs. Okay, well, guess what? Next stream is gonna be something different because you guys just bullied me. Okay? Can't believe they're so beautiful. Okay. Whatever. You don't know what... Yeah, but I'm done with a personal tariff on Twitter trends. I don't want any more. I don't want to be tricked. I don't get the... I couldn't make this fit into my header. I can't... Also, the lighting, guys. I don't know what it actually looks like because the lighting is so different on my 2 screens. Actually, everyone stop. Let me have a look right now at my own stream to see what the light actually looks like. That's fine. Okay. The stocking is nice. It's covering the light switch poorly. Thank you. Okay, so Epstein Files. What else did I have here? Yeah, so it is funny that the very first thing that happens when you become famous is that you take a photo with Jeffrey Epstein. But the level of photos is not. It's just totally understandable for anyone who had a camera in the 2000s. Same with Twitter. If you go back to your earliest tweets, God, problem. Boosting your viewer number, leave your phone on. They'll never catch me. 1 more view for me. Now this stream can make 80 cents. Incredible work. But it is funny as well how Trump was like, yeah, let's drop the files and let's make it all about Bill Clinton and that will work. No. Okay. Violations of the law. We could go through my article if you wanted. Oh, okay. There is one thing as well. Do I want to do a copyright issue here now? Also, yeah, they've now extra redacted stuff. Let me just find my... It might work with his followers, but the thing is, They don't care. Like, you can't decide that you care that Bill Clinton is out there with little girls and then be like, oh yeah, but when Trump does it, it's different. They don't, like, no one cares. And who is Bill Clinton these days? Like, he's not relevant. Yeah, they removed files after publication, which is just this is a shit show. This administration is a shit show. I'm sorry. They have no idea what they're doing. Like, that's what I mean. If you're gonna release an I am not a pedophile booklet, redact most of it, and say, don't worry, don't pay attention to the redactions. This clearly proves I'm not a pedophile. And then on top of that, be like, oh, and I'm just going to remove a few things that maybe make it look like I am a pedophile. And it's going to be super obvious that I removed them, but no big deal. Guys, come on. Okay. Can I read you my article? Because I think, and we can do it like this. You can see it. See, I even titled it My Epstein Piece. The Epstein situation has all the ingredients needed for a perennial scandal. Sex, money, politics, murder, and a bunch of high-profile players all connected in ways unknown to the public, but potentially contained in thousands of files held by the Department of Justice. You can't read my work anywhere because I'm not writing anything. I'm preparing for the Year of the Horse. I'm getting everything back on track right now. The Trump administration's recent handwave of the files and their significance has caused an outcry. Everybody seems to have their guess at what information is contained in the files. Like others, I can take a stab at what I think the vast connections in this web represent. Like others, I am guessing. Without the release of key files, the evidence is circumstantial. And noting that we now have a release, the evidence is still circumstantial, right? We were dumped a whole lot of photos, a whole lot of bullshit that doesn't mean anything, that doesn't tell us any kind of story, that doesn't show us how the Department of Justice was looking at things, just literally a Facebook photo dump. This is, of course, by design, as figures surrounding Epstein seem to be very careful about paper trails. So we've seen a few pieces of paper that have been released as part of these dumps that implicate people somewhat, but not like a massive amount of, paper stuff. What I feel I can say with confidence is that Trump is afraid of what is in the files. I think that's still evident. And I doubt what is scaring him relates to sex trafficking, the point that I was trying to make before. I need to state clearly at the beginning of this piece that I am speculating. What can be found below are the results of my own theory crafting and should not be read as evidence. Can I just say, no one theory crafts like me. I will lie myself, and this is a problem. You know how conspiracy theories like taking off at the moment? I'm a big conspiracy theorist sometimes because I'm a genuine true believer. I'm a pure soul, pure hearted true believer. And so I actually need to be a little bit of a conspiracy theorist because I'm gullible. I'll take that. My high school boyfriend convinced me that mountain goats can only walk one direction around the mountain because their legs are uneven. And I just took that for gospel because why would he lie to me? I was like, that's crazy. I had no idea. So then it's like my pendulum swings too far the other way where I'm like, well, I'm being lied to. So it must be the craziest shit ever. Okay. I'm like, I got lied to one time and now I'm like, JonBenet Ramsey never existed. Was anyone ever really hurt by the Epstein fallout? It's like the conspiracy theories always tell. They all protect each other. This is the problem. It's like the reveal is that powerful men network and protect each other while they do fucked up shit. And it's like, unfortunately, the story is so omnipresent throughout society that it's kind of like, well, we can't even kind of get them on this one because, don't even try and convince me that there are real ghosts that do this because my instinct is like, I knew he wouldn't lie to me. I knew there was an explanation. No, there's not. Okay? Some people lie. Men always lie. And this is a lesson you need to learn immediately. Trust no one. Okay. So to be clear, I do not think it's kind of like When Harry Met Sally. I don't think this is about sex trafficking, but here we go. It made sense for MAGA to build a political campaign around Epstein. It is the perfect negative campaign that highlights the other, a perfect channel for working class anger that somehow absolves the acts of the guilty parties, diverting it into conspiratorial anger towards a mythologized sex cabal, which also happens to include high-profile Democrats. Yes, a cabal is preferable to systemic inequality and corporate corruption. A list of names of specific people to blame, all neatly included in a little black book, a shadowy group of powerful figures doing terrible things rather than a problem with the country itself. All of this encapsulated by one man, contained, limited, controlled. This is what I mean, right? It's much easier to be like, Epstein is bad. Sorry, it's like 100 degrees in Australia. Epstein is bad. Bill Clinton is bad. And Donald Trump, that was his only friend. What did you expect him to do? He was a lonely guy. What do you mean? As in, never having to interrogate the system, which prioritizes making the rich richer, never suggesting that there is something rotten about the country. The problem is never internal, always external. It is not natural. It has crept in and infected America from the outside. No real accountability is required. America is good and blameless. This is what I mean in terms of like, yeah, it is true there's some crazy sex cabal that's doing weird shit, but that's true of pretty much, I'm sorry, the richest man on earth is asking women if he can inseminate them basically on first meeting so that he can procreate en masse. There are still parts of America where children are like married off to create a quiverful of white nationalist Christian children. There are active efforts to get birth control banned. Like, weird sex shit and being a rich man in America is just kind of like... like, this is not the shocking story that everyone wants it to be. This is the story of money and power in America and the Western world, and to be honest, and in the Gulf, and everywhere where there's money. Liars belong to every gender, religion, and region. I don't agree generalizing all on some bad incidents. Yeah? Well, some of us have had to learn the hard way. Okay? And I'm not just talking about goats. Okay. As easily as predatory behavior can be swept away, it can be weaponized. MAGA wants dirt on their enemies. They want dirt on the Clintons. If that dirt does not exist, Trump needs to make it exist. That is what would make them happy, which is made all the more clear by how the administration has tried to distract from the Epstein fizzle out. Instead of trying to refocus on the business of government, Trump offered his base a different conspiracy that implicated another important Democrat. This came out when he was going after Obama. I think Putin's got something on Trump too. He definitely... It's not like Putin, and we'll get to this later when we talk about the recent merger. I have to be careful about some of this stuff. I'm genuinely very nervous about political commentary at the moment. But yeah. I guess most people don't think about power. But the distractions haven't been enough. The base wants Trump to deliver on what he promised. Lie better, more convincingly, as he did on January 6th. And just like January 6th, if Donald Trump is involved in something sinister, his base does not care. Trump psychic community. Also, guys, I don't think... I'm not logged into my Substack, so we're not reading the paid section of this because I'm not logged in. Maybe another time. Donald Trump once said that he could shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and not lose a vote. The same is true of any of his sexual improprieties that may be in the Epstein documents. We know this because Trump has already got away with significant sexual misconduct. His supporters know about Trump's instructions to grab them by the pussy. They knew about this before the 2016 election. MAGA were happy to agree that the sexual transgressions of Bill Clinton, husband of his opponent, were far worse. His supporters are aware of Trump's inappropriate behavior around the young girls at Miss Teen USA. MAGA know that Trump was found liable for the sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll and that his divorce settlement contained the details of a vicious sexual attack against his ex-wife. Time and time again, MAGA has been made aware of the inappropriate comments Trump has made about his daughter. His supporters know that he's been accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by over 24 women, and no matter how MAGA minimize, they know that Trump was a close friend, only friend, and party associate of Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, the last 10 years have been bonkers. Everything's happening in broad. Sorry to give you Erica Kirk, guys. Everything is happening. Like, people aren't even trying to hide things now. People are just like doing it. It's like everything's gone bonkers. Yeah, I can't give a duck. I've got a theory that I'll go into in a minute about, well, it'll be further down here, about what I think is being hidden. If Donald Trump is in the Epstein Files, he has already confessed and been forgiven in the minds of MAGA. To an extent, they expect it. Sexual misconduct has never been a real problem for MAGA or many Republicans more broadly. Also, this ties back to, you notice how Trump seems to like anyone he sees as a real man? Like a masculine man. To me, a lot of MAGA sees like sexual dominance, like this kind of aggressive sexuality, as just like being a man. So they don't even see it as like a real crime. It's just him, he can't help it. He's got this virulent masculinity. I don't think he knows why exactly he gets away with things. He doesn't seem to have a filter. Well, that's like, in terms of what I said as well, like, Democrats have the middle class. That's the propriety. That's the value of propriety. The working class value authenticity and the upper class value debauchery, right? What can you get away with? And so he kind of has this sandwich effect where like the really rich are like, yeah, he's going to let us get away with things and we're going to let him get away with things. And the really poor are like, he says it like he sees it. He's authentic because he just says whatever he's thinking. And so I think he gets away with it because he has this sandwich support. So while he doesn't have the middle class, which still for the most part belongs to Democrats, I think he's got this powerful sandwich base that it's very hard to shake. I don't know, man. I don't think it's true they don't care. Like the most popular media guys, I think Tucker and Candace are on the out. We're going to go through AmFest and look at that. I think they are on the out. Wait, are all tearing the party apart because they are buying everything Trump is selling? And with the Rogan versus Trump, the main strike against the main, I think the behavior around the Epstein Files is very upsetting to this media class, the MAGA media class. I don't think Trump doing sex crimes would upset any of them. That's what I'm trying to say. I think upper middle class young people are especially Republican. I think people who want to be in the upper class. No, I'll have to read that. Okay. While uniquely horrific, sex crimes are also incredibly commonplace, constantly being forgiven in the home, in the community, and the press, often committed by people much closer to you than the president, and rarely justly resolved. MAGA are more than happy to sweep sexual crimes, particularly those of Donald Trump, under the rug. None of this should be read as a denial of sex crimes by those associated with Epstein. I'm not interested in relitigating those. Personally, I'm convinced by the numerous brave accounts made by women about their interactions with Epstein. So I just want to say, unlike Michael Tracy, I'm more than happy to be completely resolved about the fact that this was a sex trafficking ring and many women were victimized, right? Yeah, I think they're more upset. They're like, you were supposed to be the guy who was like cleaning out the swamp. You're supposed to be the guy that's totally transparent. Why won't you give us the dirt on the Democrats that you told us was there? They're more upset about that than they are about, like, the idea that he's a child. Like, if it came out, as I said, what did I say it here? Because I thought it was a really good line, so I'll say it again. If Donald Trump is in the Epstein Files, he has already confessed and been forgiven in the minds of MAGA. I think that Nick is on the way in, unfortunately. They would justify it if it was a 13-year-old girl. Let's be very clear about that. If it were a 13-year-old girl, she didn't look 13. How was he supposed to know? Why was she even there? The JFK thing, it's political theater, right? It's this like it's like turning the everyday workings of government into a Netflix true crime doc. Okay. Could Epstein have been running a sexual blackmail operation? Of course, sexual blackmail has a long history in politics far beyond Jeffrey Epstein. Homosexuality, interracial relationships, extramarital affairs have all been used as blackmail material in politics. The Mann Act, which was used to criminalize consensual activity, the McCarthy era, COINTELPRO, and the acts of J. Edgar Hoover are all obvious examples, not to mention the famous sexual blackmail operation of Trump's former lawyer, Roy Cohn. Not only is Fuentes Fuentes is getting some weird friends. Like my boy Clavicular. Guys, I haven't got it in here. Oh my gosh, but you guys have to know. Clavicular, I know I talk about him every stream, but that's because when he becomes a major figure, I want you to be like, the silly serious warned me about this guy. Clavicular was invited to a party by Peter Thiel. Where are my Teal bucks? Where's my invite, Peter? Very strange. Very strange. Why is Peter Thiel inviting a very young boy to his party? Maybe so he can push him off a balcony? So why bulk when it comes to releasing the files? If Trump had no intention to release the files, why let it become a central point of his campaign? Why would you install people so fixated on the Epstein conspiracy like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino? Why allow Pam Bondi to make such a spectacle of the Epstein Files Phase 1? We don't have that yet. We just have the paste, Hungry Ahmed. I haven't set that up yet. All of Trump's behavior indicates that he did intend to release the files in some form. Maybe the president was not intelligent enough to realize how implicated he was in the files. I actually so for instance, there's a conspiracy going around at the moment that that the Trump ballroom is actually a data center that they're building. Now, I do think the ballroom is being made so that an inauguration can happen indoors instead of outdoors. But I actually think that it's not a data center, guys. He just wants a fucking ballroom. Sometimes he is like that. Hello, hi everyone coming in. Yeah, it's crazy how Save the Children is like it's the same with like sex trafficking and human trafficking more generally. It's like it's very politicized without there being any connection to the reality of that crime. Like, no, you are not going to be sex trafficked out of a Walmart. That's not what's happening. But there are a lot of people being sex trafficked who are immigrants, who don't have rights. Anyway. Maybe the president was not intelligent to realize how implicated he was in the files. Yes. Maybe Trump didn't consider the possibility of a House of Cards investigation exposing his financial activities. Ding, 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 ding. Or maybe there is information about something or someone else. Maybe someone putting money into your campaign. Also, we're going to talk about this because this comes up in the photos that I have as well. Look at these fucking chairs, guys. And this tablecloth. and these gold soundproof walls. What is happening? I think that the ballroom is being made for political purposes. One, he wants a ballroom. That's the lame part. Two, he wants a secure area where he can, because I think he was a bit shooketh after his assassination attempt. He wants an area that he can do big events inside. But the thing is, the obvious example is the example that you should, like the Occam's razor thing. He's money laundering. When people are like, oh, it doesn't match up because he's raised all of this money, but if you did a side-by-side, it would only cost this much money to build the ballroom. Yeah, because he's stealing the money. Like he is with literally every single part of his administration. The money doesn't match up because the surplus is going to him. Yes, he is stealing money. Every part of his second term has been him finding ways to enrich himself. Oh, that's so funny. It's a bit like that in examining classified for public. They lean on the public good as a basis for there's a great book. Gosh, I was reading it when Julian Assange got his release. It's about the over-redaction of that classification is completely overused. Oh, what's it called? I'll put it in the Discord when I remember the name of it. Literally everything in Trump's second administration, don't believe any theory until you can rule out the theory of he's making money. The horrible taste, David. That's pretty much everything I have to go through after this. After we do this, it's everything I have to go through. We have to look at how bad and how it's so bad. His family fortune. Oh my gosh, it's something else we're going. Guys, we have so much to talk about, and guess what? I'm already at almost an hour and a half. I'm a professional streamer. What? And we're only on topic 1. I haven't even covered sport. And I'm excited to cover sport. I always wondered why so many women were sports reporters. Not because women are, I've dated female athletes. I'm not saying that women can't be into sport, right? I have dated women athletes. I understand that women love sport. But to me, there was always these very feminine women doing sports reporting. And not that feminine women can't do sport, obviously. Foot, mouth, hello. But I am talking about, I always was like, why are these women doing all this? Why are there always a pretty woman covering sport? And then I started covering sport as a joke. And I was like, sport is fun. Like, there's a lot of gossip. Bye? Yes. Very bye. Okay. Follow the money. This is what I'm saying. If the reason Trump does not want to release the files is because he is implicated in them, the smoking gun will likely be found in the financial records. This is the realm where Trump has taken the hardest hits politically, and his financial aptitude is also a huge part of his public persona. I don't have a lot of female friends who do sport. Well, I do. Actually, I do. Let's leave it there. I have Olympians in my life. Bicoastal? Bipolar, bisexual, bicoastal? No, I don't have bipolar. I have OCD though. Which is why I like to conspiracy theory, but not here. I don't know. I'm just riffing. Okay. This is why I shouldn't stream at this time, because I start not being funny and just being weird. I don't have Vyvanse because I don't have ADD. I'm just a freak. Thank you. It's a real achievement. I'm just saying. women do sport well. Okay. Okay, guys. Can you focus? There's a sex criminal on the loose. Wait, he's dead, but you get the idea. There's a sex crime being exposed. Thank you. The MJ thing is debatable because, let me have a look. I actually think if I took Vyvanse, not to Erica Kirk you guys there for a moment with that stare, but if I took Vyvanse, it'd be over for all of you. I would become the most powerful human being. A Vyvanse and a beta blocker, and the whole world would change. Wait. No. Wait. If that's how you feel, just wait a second. Because... Don't look at these glittering images yet. Here. So this photo of MJ is actually from something totally different. It's a fundraiser. A public fundraiser. So this photo's fake. It's in there. But it's not some special photo. This is from a different event. This is in Washington, D.C., 2003, at a charity event. So, I don't know. They're just throwing in anything. And everyone wants to hate Michael Jackson. Everyone already thinks that they're like, look, you wanted a pedophile, here's a pedophile. This is what you wanted, right? Here you go. Guys, it's like 100 degrees in Australia. But why was it in there? Because they wanted a pedophile. Here you go. No Olympians. Disgusting. The Chomsky stuff is... Oh, not... Okay. You know what's funny to me? Bill Gates, right? He's dropped, because he's a big Democrat guy, he's seen as a Democrat guy, he's dropped in the Epstein files that were released. Today, he's at a Clippers game. He's like, I don't give a fuck. He's like, oh, there's news about me? I'm going to the Clippers. Sorry, I've got courtside tickets. That is just happening. No Epstein drop is going to stop me from supporting my team. I think there's a lot of academics who are connected to Epstein because he was a fundraiser. Like, this is a crazy thing as well, that I think if you took any part of the moneyed circle, like the high money, Bill Gates is right for just going to the fucking basketball because he doesn't have anything to hide, because he's like, this is this man whose whole job was securing money, and I work in a field that requires funding. The same is true for Chomsky. Like, a lot of these people, the same is true for a lot of celebrities who would be around. It's like, it's this hard thing where, yeah, some of them were having girls trafficked for them, no doubt. Some of them met him because they wanted money. And if you it's the same, like we were talking about the other day, where people are like, isn't that suspicious? They're all Jewish. It's like, yeah, because people network with people they know. They get jobs for people they know. That is how networking works. If you start looking and like, isn't that crazy? They all know one another. It's actually not crazy at all. Isn't that crazy? A bunch of people in Hollywood are related. It's not crazy. That's how networking works. You wish, because Republicans and conservative movements have sold to you this myth of a meritocracy, you think that everyone should be in the positions they're in because they worked really hard. No one is in the positions. That is the minority. Most people end up in powerful positions because of the people they know. And that's why when bad shit starts to happen, everyone's like, you know, connecting. The court records where Michael Jackson was accused of inappropriate behavior towards children will attest that Michael Jackson was not convicted while alive of pedophilia. So the silly series is not calling the court into disrepute, I think. Wait, what are people saying that I said? I'm just saying that all I'm saying is that this photo of Michael Jackson is from an event. Wait, literally all I'm saying is this isn't from Epstein Island. This isn't from Epstein's house. This isn't from anything. This is from a charity event in Washington and was randomly put in there. Yeah, pick a number between 0 and 0. That's the amount of fucks Bill Gates gives. But it's like, why should you? Because you met with a person who had a lot of money when a huge part of your job is raising money. Oh, they wanted a well, I don't mean that he is a pedophile. Sorry. What I meant to say is I have no knowledge of Michael Jackson's alleged behavior. What I do know is that he has a public persona for having committed crimes against children, right? It's just, yeah, unfortunately, the conspiracy of people knowing one another is just how the world works. Because you're not going to get the opportunities unless you know someone. And so, yeah, a bunch of these people knew one another. And it's crazy, but not everyone who knew this guy automatically was involved in sex trafficking. Yeah, I mean, okay, but it's... Azzy, I also want to say this about, because I am seeing a lot of stuff that connects Epstein. Hang on, let me go full screen for a second. Where the fuck is my mouse? Oh my God, guys. I got one of these ergonomic mouses. Stupid. Worst decision of my life. I literally can't find it 90% of the time. Where the fuck is my mouse? There we go, found it. Okay. I see a lot of stuff connecting Jeffrey Epstein to Israel. I'm not saying that that is not the case. A big thing that I think is true is that he probably was a foreign intelligence asset, not an agent, an asset, meaning I think he worked for Russia, I think he worked for Britain, I think he worked for Israel, I think he worked for the United States, in my opinion. Just my opinion, just total speculation, right? But one thing that I think is crazy is like a lot of people who come from like, let's say you're an Italian American, right? And suddenly a bunch of photos drop about you and there's flags of Italy everywhere and there's the giglio, whatever that thing is that they do in Italian culture, and there's like spaghetti bolognese in the fridge and everyone's like, oh my God, it's evidence. It's evidence that he was obsessed with he was working for Italy. It's like, we just need to be a little bit more careful, because I have found that over time, I'm someone who I work for the Palestinian delegation, right? I speak Arabic. My whole undergraduate and that early part of my life was completely influenced by how I felt that Palestinian people were being treated. So don't take anything that I'm saying as a defense of the treatment or the current situation that Palestinian people are suffering under. I think with the rise of groyperism, look at my poor calluses, with the rise of groyperism on the right and the rise of conspiratorial thinking on the left, we need to be really careful about this kind of rhetoric where it's like every bad thing relates back to Israel. Because while I agree that Israel's treatment of Palestinian people, and you will not find anyone more critical of that than me in terms of the actual facts on the record, it is concerning to me the rhetorical slippage that I'm seeing on the left. And it should be concerning to everyone. And this Epstein thing, you can say that all you want. Maybe it is true that Epstein was doing something for Israel. In the same way, files came out from the FBI about Robert Maxwell working for intelligence organizations, okay? What I'm saying is, there is something very different between saying, oh, I think Jeffrey Epstein was doing this, and saying, just very loosely linking, all bad things ultimately tie back to the Jewish people. I think that is wrong. I'm more than happy to accept a Mossad angle, but from the point of view that Jeffrey Epstein, in my opinion, was an intelligence asset, meaning when things aligned, when he could make money off something, he would do it for Israel. He would do it for Britain. He would do it for Russia. He would do it for Iran. I never want, what I don't want conflated, in the same way that you hear people on the left being like, no, I'm not being anti-Semitic, I'm being anti-Zionist. Don't conflate the two. Don't conflate me warning about what I see as concerning rises in our willingness to kind of support anti-Semitic notions as me not giving a fuck about Palestinian people. Because that's not true at all. It couldn't be less true. Fidetic Philistine, okay? But we can't be like, of course this sex criminal was paid by Israel to rape little girls. What are you guys? Please be careful. Yes, I'm not saying that Mossad or the IDF act ethically. I'm saying you don't have any evidence for this yet, okay? We're living in a really scary time in terms of the rise of fascism, okay, and the rise of groyperism within the rise of fascism, and the people that I would like to be kind of wary of that are playing a little fast and loose because of how badly Israel is treating the Palestinians. Okay? I'm not saying that Israel shouldn't be held to account, and what is happening right now in Israel is still bad. Everyone, for some reason, thinks that there's peace there now and we fixed it. I don't know why. I don't think that. Baby just froze to death. Médecins Sans Frontières is saying, please let us in to help. Please. Okay? So, all I'm saying is, please just watch it a little bit. I get nervous around, because as I said the other stream as well, there are people who suddenly are saying, fuck Zionists, as if this is, a term specifically related to Israel post-October 7. It's, something they've just learned about. The people who use the term Zionist a lot, before October 7, all the time, white supremacists. And that language has a history, and I in my channel want us to be able to talk meaningfully and strictly about the bad things Israel is doing, and I can't do that in a credible and serious way unless I'm also really guarding against anti-Semitism, because it's not something that I fuck with at all. Not even close to fuck with. And I'm not going to push something where it's like, hey, this is just us criticizing the state of Israel, when I don't think it is. Because sometimes it's not, and sometimes the way it's spoken about is dangerous and gives license to other people to talk about things in a worse way. Yeah, I think, Israel isn't helping themselves at the moment. Netanyahu isn't helping Israel. The biggest danger to Israel is Netanyahu and the actions of the Israeli state themselves. I understand this. A lot of Jewish people understand this, but you just got to be careful. That's all I'm saying. Because even there are some people I really respect on the left, and sometimes they're saying things a little too vigorously, a little too flattened, in a way that is making me not fuck with it. I'm sorry. We got to be careful. And as I said, I totally am down for Jeffrey Epstein working for the state of Israel as an asset, not an agent. And we can go into the difference there. Israeli Jews and American Jews are very different people. You say that. I got reported. I think my YouTube stream is fucked. Hang on. think I got killed. Can someone check if my YouTube stream is still up? Because it's live here, but on my thing, it got killed. Okay. I don't know why it got killed here for some reason. I think I will find out that it was flagged later and it's gone. Womp, womp, womp. Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the... I don't know why it's telling me it's gone here, but whatever. Yeah, so I'm just going to go back to reading my own analysis. My analysis, by the way, just to be very clear, my analysis from August. Okay. Yeah, Epstein's trying to keep me silent because I'm the real Epstein Files. You know what? Can I just say, everyone's wasting their time waiting for this list to be dropped. Everyone's like, when's the list being dropped? Make your own list. Take action. Start making your own lists. Stop waiting around. Guys, also, can I just tell you? So my camera is behind a prompter and I have nothing on the prompter at the moment. It's just my desktop image, which is this beautiful picture of Gwyneth Paltrow. So as I speak to you, I am staring longingly into Gwyneth Paltrow's eyes. And we're really, it's beautiful. Oh my God, I actually think I need to go and get like a hair clip. The victims made a list. And also, oh wait, I will just say, let's just click over the news for 1 second. In the Ghislaine petition, she said, so she files a habeas petition. In her habeas corpus petition, she claims that 25 men arranged civil settlements with Epstein victims who could have been equally considered co-conspirators and that none of them have been prosecuted. Okay, well, I want to know who they are. That's a list I want. Are you guys saying that I'm defending Jeffrey Epstein? Sometimes it's like sometimes I just think I gotta shut the fuck up. Yeah, it says 25 men arranged civil settlements with Epstein victims. 25. Where are their names? At this stage, I'm worried that I am on the list. That I somehow know Epstein and I don't remember how I met Epstein, but at this stage, once I saw him with Winnie the Pooh, I was like, well, it's fucking, we're all done. We're all on the list. This ended up for all of us. Because everyone was like, oh, my problematic fave is going to be on the Epstein list? I don't think so. My fave is Winnie the Pooh. He's not going to be on the list. And then there he is with the man himself. But I saw this, which... Don't... I'm not Michael Tracy. Why would you even say that? Guys. You know what I saw that I liked though? So we got this image, which, you know, that's fun. Let me just make this a little bit bigger for us. Winnie and Jeff. Okay. Do we absolve Winnie the Pooh of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein if this turns out to be true? Can we forgive him? If this is the 3 seconds that was deleted, because to me, this would absolve him. That's not true? He was in it for the honey. Follow the honey. That's so funny. You guys are funny. It was a honey trap. They released the missing minutes. Yeah, I'm very up to date on the news. It's definitely my job. I definitely, I'm 100% up to date on that and definitely didn't miss that at all. Okay. Okay. If the reason, okay, so I think the JP Morgan stuff. This mole, I'm actually worried this is cancer. I'm actually praying it's an age spot. But I do need to get it checked. This mole on my forehead is not. That's fine. But this one is concerning. Okay. It's not a tumor. Okay. Well, everyone in this circle seems to be careful. Oh yeah, there's nothing written down with Epstein. I have to get it checked, but in Canberra, the city I live, all the skin specialists are booked out for months. It's crazy. And because I normally go back and forth between the States and Australia every 3 months, it's really, doesn't have any hair. Okay, couple of worrying signs going on with my little freckle, but we'll work on it, okay? Yeah, I don't know why the skin clinics should be like walk-in clinics, in my opinion. They should train nurses to, poor nurses. Nurses need to get paid more, but you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. On July 17, 2025, I did talk about the shooting, but then for some reason I talked about other stuff later and I was laughing. And for some reason, the thumbnail that YouTube decided to put on the stream was me laughing. So it was like talking about Bondi shooting, and then the thumbnail was me like, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna delete that. Because I don't know how to fix that. So if a stream is deleted, it's because I freaked out like an hour or two after about the stream content. Okay, I've been like, it's over for you, delete the stream immediately. Asmongold couldn't handle me. He wouldn't know what to do with me in this channel. Is Asmongold the nice one or the... There are two and they look the same, and one is weirdly conservative and dirty and the other has similar hair but is nice and had multiple versions of himself walking around. Asmon's the one that did it. He's the one I don't like. I need you to understand how clean I am. I may be one of the cleanest people to ever exist. Oh, Charlie. Charlie's the other one that looks like him. Charlie. Penguin? Oh? Penguoise? Moist Critical. That's it. Thank you. No conspiracy talk. Dean Withers? Who's Dean Withers? Guys. Wait, why are his gums bleeding? I like the moist guy. That's why I said that is he the nice one or the bad one? Guys. Enough stream. I hate talking about streamers because, like, ugh. You know? Except for Candace. I like talking about her. Okay. On July 17, 2025, the day after Trump dismissed fervor regarding Epstein as a hoax, Senator Ron Wyden released a memo detailing his years-long investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's finances. Wyden revealed that the Treasury has evidence of 4,725 suspicious wire transfers totaling around $1.1 billion linked to a single Epstein account. These findings were not a result of a leak, but a formal Senate investigation by the ranking member of the Senate Finance Committee. According to Wyden, in February 2024, under the Biden administration, the bipartisan investigators on the Senate Finance Committee were offered in-camera access to the Treasury's files on Epstein, detailing financial movements over many years. Can I just say, you guys should read my shit, because this is great. This is going to take me a while, unfortunately, but it is. JP Morgan got a lot of questions to answer, as does Deutsche Bank. Sorry, I'm not trying to distract you from the Epstein Files, okay? Just let me fix something. The unexplained wealth is not unexplained. Guys, I wish you'd been there in August when I did this. I was like full on Charlie with the board and the red string, and I'm like back. I'm like calling people. I'm like, it's Iran-Contra. Yeah, they are Trump's banks. They also happen to be Trump's banks at the exact same time. Okay? If you had the amount of money he did and just how you spoke of Bill Gates not giving a shit and how, wouldn't you fake it and then go and live your life? Wait, what do you mean? Fake your own death? Oh, yeah, I mean, look. Azzy. I have to put limits on what conspiracies I say aloud in order to be taken seriously. Okay? I'm just saying. People talk. I don't know one way or another. I don't have anything to say about that. I don't have any feelings one way or the other about that. Okay? In his speech on the Senate floor, is it Wyden or Wyden? I've written, I need to be fired from my own Substack. Okay? But at least you know I don't use ChatGPT. Have I seen the documentary Face Off? You mean the classic action film by Hong Kong director John Woo? You mean perhaps my favorite movie? You think I haven't seen that? Have I seen the documentary I Want to Take His Face Off? I could eat a peach for hours. That one. That one, indeed, happens to be Joanna Richards' favorite film of all time. Now, I like some very sophisticated films, okay? But Face Off is my favorite film. I'm not even kidding. It is. Thank you for reminding me of it. I don't have time to watch it at the moment because my list is very long, but if Face Off was on ice, I would go and see it. I love seeing shit on ice. And I'm not ashamed to say it. Shenyun? Is that what it's called? The Chinese one? I'm tempted. And I think if it were on ice, that would be enough to push me over the edge. Anyway, please, guys, why are you trying to You are trying to distract me from Epstein. You're part of the problem. Okay. In his speech on the Senate floor, Wyden detailed his findings and urged the Department of Justice to conduct a formal inquiry and follow the money. The transactions occurred between 2003 and 2019. Keep in mind, Jeffrey Epstein went to prison in 2007. Have you guys seen, look over there! Are you guys drag queen RuPaul's Drag Race watchers? Oh, don't look at that. That's not what I was looking for. Guys, I'm a serious streamer. Please. It is super sus. When you mentioned Face Off, I was like, someone's matched with me on Hinge. Immediately, I was like, there's literally no other reason you would bring that up. Jada, look over there. They had to do a fake political debate because it's the relevant stuff. No, it's during the debate. I got carried away by this segment. The point was, look over there is the only strategy that American politicians seem to really have. Look over there! Oh, okay, I downloaded Opera. Like that's a very never-ending looking. My brother has a rule that I really do want to see that. I can't give a duck, and you can put it in the Discord. But my brother has banned me from clicking links because I keep seeing movies on Twitter, and it's like, watch now, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna click on a link, and my brother's like, literally, that is the most crazy shit you've ever said. That's for the crazy people. We don't just go clicking on links. So I'm not allowed to click on the links. Okay, but you can put it in the Discord. Then I'll get the link checked. Then I'll be allowed to click on it. But I can't just be out here clicking on links. I'm sorry. Okay. In his speech, follow the money. The transactions. Okay, yeah, 2003, 2019. Keep in mind, he went to prison in 2007. That means he's still working up until 2019 with these illegal kind of naughty transactions, we'll call them, with hundreds of millions more attached to other Epstein accounts that were not investigated by the committee. This was followed by a letter to AG Bondi on July 21st outlining a roadmap for an investigation with 7 specific recommendations. The Epstein Financial File, compiled by the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, is extensive and matches publicly available evidence. This includes the New York Times reporting on the filing by 4 large banks, in forms of suspicious activities records to the Treasury that flagged more than $1.5 billion in transactions tied to Epstein, many of them only flagged after his 2019 React? Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but actually, Jeffrey Epstein's a huge React streamer. That wasn't a misspeak on my part. He's actually a very famous React streamer. No, but actually, so it's JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, two other banks. I can click it, but I don't really. It's going to be a New York Times article. It's going to be paywalled. Let's do it anyway. Bank of America. Yeah. Okay, so we know it's Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, JP Morgan, and one other bank. That's actually, yeah. For those of you who don't know, Jeffrey Epstein made his money as a React streamer. Good morning, Faye. Notably, some transfers were extremely large, a few as high as $100 million each, and involved accounts at 2 Russian banks, transactions that occurred before those banks were under US sanctions. Other notable transactions included the hundreds of millions of dollars from ultra-wealthy individuals. Wyden is adamant Epstein's operation had access to enormous financing, and the details of how he got the cash to pay for it are sitting in the Treasury Department filing cabinet. Okay, this is me doing. Okay, here's the thing, and I just want an honest answer from you guys. Do you want me to keep reading my own investigation into Epstein, or is that boring to you guys and you just want to look at his atrocious decor? Either way, we'll look at the decor, so it will happen, but are you sick of hearing the actual background, or do you like hearing it? Because sometimes when I'm reading, I'm like, oh my god, you're so boring. People hate listening to reading. So I just need... You like listening? Okay. Well, that's one. Yeah. We'll do it for one. Do I think Epstein was a Mossad asset? Maybe asset. Thank you for saying my voice is nice. Okay. To arrive at a proposition of what I think might be in the financial transactions, I have done a comprehensive review of Epstein's business dealings and associates. Now, when you read that, it sounds like I've, had glasses on, and I've been thorough, and I was, but it was more panicked and insane. It was like, it was like me with, I don't have a whiteboard. I had big pieces of paper that I was pinning to walls, and I was writing, and I was like, there has to be a page for Clinton. There has to be a page for, how did this happen? When did this happen? What can I find on this? Okay, good night, Evan Starcraft. Bye. Okay, so yes, I did do a comprehensive review, but that makes it sound a lot more centered than the review actually was. Okay. I will repeat that all evidence is circumstantial and any conclusions are purely speculative. And I will repeat again that this is part of the design. By not releasing any government information on the case, any positive theories can be discredited as conspiracy because no one has access to the requisite evidence to back them up. This is truly what I mean. When I say, like, it's by design, it's the same thing. Okay, sorry, if someone also knows how to fix that transition, you can contact me and help me. It's the same thing, like this photo dump, this DOJ version of giving us all of Jeffrey Epstein's Facebook albums from his nights out is akin to giving us a lot without giving us anything. Because any theory you have is not backed up. Like, there's no context to these images. There's no information in anything. We get what? 117 pages of just black marker? There's nothing that anyone can use to be like, okay, well, that makes sense, cracked it. It's just a bunch of photos. Transition. Wait, let me pull myself back over. There we go. Excuse me. ASMR. I shouldn't drink Coke on stream. Referring to Jeffrey Epstein as the New York financier has become a common joking refrain, suggesting Epstein is known for his profession rather than a sex trafficking scandal. But what if the key to the Epstein Files is his work as a financier? An investigation into what kind of work Epstein was doing up until his 2007 conviction is very revealing. And while, of course, without access to the required records, it's all just strings, it is suggestive of some significant high-level criminal activity. Yeah, the release doesn't give us anything. It just gives us more to be like, information without explanation, your brain is going to want to try and make an explanation. That's where conspiracies come from, right? You have a bunch of things and you can't understand them, so, but your brain likes to understand things, so it will come up with ideas. The handling of these files is offensive. It's offensive to victims. It's offensive to the American voting public to not only have your president sign a law, like sign through not a law, sign an act saying this is going to happen by law, and then to break to go against the act that he put in place is insane. Executive order, thank you. Like, bro, you did that. You made that decision. Just give me 1 second. Oh, totally on brand, but like, how is this your leader? You know? Okay. While it is strange that a high school maths teacher with no degree became a partner at one of the biggest investment banks in the world in the space of 4 years, what Epstein does after leaving the firm is even more peculiar. Now, this was something when I started doing the research, I was like, this is inexplicable. How do you just become a partner at Bear Stearns when you don't have a finance degree? Blah, blah. But it's exactly what I was talking about before, where it's like we like to think, we are trained to think that merit is what gets you opportunities and important roles. The head of the bank, like Jeffrey Epstein, he was able to smooth talk his way and make deals happen for people who are important. And so they put him into a position that was important. He didn't need the education. He had the network. And so it's easy to see a conspiracy there when it's actually just the way the world works. Unfortunately, men love to promote other men. He was able to take wide interpretations of how banking regulations should work. He was clever about it. He was a great networker. He was very smooth. And so, yes, he was able to go from a high school maths teacher to the partner at a bank in a very small period of time. And it's unfortunately the most boring explanation, which is just that's the way the world works. But after that, for years it seemed like the center. Oh, did I jump? Well, I just jumped in my article, but it's going to shock you, and it is true. For years, it seems like the center of Epstein's business is arms dealing, insider trading, and money laundering, none of which he has ever been investigated for, despite, oh, well, he's dead now, but none of which he was ever investigated for, despite those around him falling like dominoes. Is that how you spell dominoes? I don't think there's an E in there. Joanna. There's some arguments avocadorable because also maybe he dated the daughter of that guy or the brother was his friend. There's a couple of different stories about how he met the head of that bank. Yeah, it feels like it should be without an E. God, Joe, fire your editor. I'm my editor. His activity around several financial crashes is particularly questionable and indicative of a much bigger conspiracy. Do you guys know who this guy is? Does he look familiar? Anyone in the chat recognize this man? Yeah, exactly. Royal slyness. No, the money he accumulated isn't from him working at Bear Stearns. The money comes after that. No, it's not Danny DeVito. Good guess. This is Adnan Khashoggi. Adnan Khashoggi, who is that? Purportedly, Epstein resigns as a partner from Bear Stearns in response to a $2,500 disciplinary fine following a Regulation D violation. Keep in mind that Epstein was making a partner's salary, and even after resigning, he retained his $100,000 bonus. That's a $2,500 fee? That's going to make you upset? It is unlikely The $2,500 was beyond his means, and given the continuation of his relationship with other Bear Stearns executives, such as Ace Greenberg, it doesn't seem likely that the resignation came as a result of feeling offended. He's the uncle of the journalist. The day before his resignation, the SEC opened an investigation into an insider trading scheme being run by a Bear Stearns client, the Bronfman-owned Seagram Company. In an interview with the SEC, Epstein denied having any involvement with the deal, but the investigator expressed skepticism. Epstein was found not guilty of any criminal conduct, but this is the first connection we have between Epstein and high-level financial crime. Allegedly. Guys, everything I say is allegedly on this stream. Actually, I don't know if you know I'm a stand-up comedian and this whole stream is a joke. It's just very funny what I'm saying. Nothing is serious. The work Epstein does after leaving Bear Stearns is interesting. There are not many formal records of his business dealings during this period, other than the incorporation of Intercontinental Assets Group in 1981. The services these companies offer are not clear, although there was another company he incorporated and I forgot to put it in there. The services these companies offer are not clear, although Epstein is said to provide complex financial advice to ultra-wealthy clients, sometimes referring to himself as a financial bounty hunter. This was because of his knowledge of offshore banking and shadow banking to locate and hide money, gained while working on tax mitigation strategies at Bear Stearns. But given Epstein doesn't start operating as a money manager until 1988, who were his clients? It's more of a esoteric kind of comedy. It's abstract. It's kind of like what Nathan Fielder does. You're not really sure what's happening or what the joke is. But who were his clients? The known associates of Jeffrey Epstein between 1981, when he left Bear Stearns, and 1986 include British arms dealer Douglas Leese, Saudi arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi, the president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos, and the British media mogul and crime consigliere Robert Maxwell. What an interesting band of brothers. Douglas Leese, a very private man, was a mentor to Epstein. Leese hired him to serve as an investment banker for Leese-owned and Lease-managed companies. During this period, Leese and Khashoggi were orchestrating the Al Yamamah arms deal between Britain and Saudi Arabia. It is likely that Epstein was involved in this deal, as the Austrian passport found at Epstein's residence, which lists his address in Saudi Arabia, has entry and exit stamps that match the Al Yamamah negotiations. $6 billion of corrupt payments from the UK government were identified and never recovered. Where did his money come from? Maybe we should look at the missing $6 billion. At the same time, Khashoggi was involved in the Iran-Contra arms deal, another covert operation from which a significantly large amount of funds was siphoned. Finally, Leese was involved with the mass export of Chinese arms to Iran. In 1983, Leese set up a joint venture between his firm, LORAD Company, and the Chinese weapons company, Norinco, in Bermuda. Given that Epstein was acting as a representative for Lease-managed companies at the time, and knowing his particular skill for offshoring, it is reasonable to assume that Epstein may have been involved in this venture. The origins of Epstein and Robert Maxwell's relationship are uncertain, but many accounts have them working closely together in the early 80s when Maxwell was facilitating the secret transfer and sale of military equipment and arms from Israel to Iran. It has been confirmed that Maxwell worked closely with Israeli intelligence as well as with the KGB and Russian crime syndicates. Given his work in the area, it is possible that Epstein also assisted in the redistribution of weapons from the Warsaw Pact arsenal. So it feels like a lot of money is going missing in the early 80s around illegal arms deals between governments and other people, between governments and each other, between a lot of money is just missing with all these weapons. We don't really know what Epstein was doing at this time, but we do know his friends were, and we do know what his skill set was, and his name is coming up on a lot of documents. I did write this article. It's on my Substack. Let me just copy this. It took me a really long time to research and everyone telling me I was crazy. But I wasn't crazy. I did all the research. Okay. Later in his career, Epstein interacted with the Clinton administration. At the same time, a covert arms deal was being negotiated with China. Epstein visited the White House 17 times and was often met by Mark Middleton, who had questionable ties to the Chinese government. In 1994, Jeffrey Epstein facilitated the purchase and transfer of Southern Air Transport, the freight company used during the Iran-Contra operation, to Ohio. The military materials that needed to be covertly transferred to China were made in a factory in Ohio. Because Les Wexner, who he bought the air trafficking, he bought the freight company for Les Wexner to move all of the Victoria's Secret stuff, right? But then why is Victoria's Secret made in Ohio? I draw the line at Ohio. Okay? Why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why did I leave Ohio? Anyway. Should talk to Dylan Burns? Dylan Burns. Actually, I don't talk about streamers. Stop it. Stop it. The weapons were transported to China in the fall of 1994 and the beginning of 1995. Southern Air Transport filed for bankruptcy in 1998. The same day, the CIA Inspector General released a report detailing Southern Air Transport's involvement in the Iran-Contra scandal. Weird. Mark Middleton died under suspicious circumstances in 2022. Now, that could just be one of those things where, like, that could just be my board, right? Where I'm like, and then this guy dies. But he did die. Okay? Hang on. I just need to pause for 1 second because my dog is up and he's got a sore leg. And I'm on... my outfit is only... I'm doing the Zoom call outfit where the top is... I've got pajama bottoms on. Bubba, are you okay? Are you okay? Good boy. Good boy. Okay, I'm back. Also, I was going to sing more, but I'm like, now I can't sing because people expect me to do the news. But maybe I'll do a Twitch-only stream where I sing. You know what would go... My brother said this, and he's so right. You know what would go so hard at the moment? If someone like Eggers, like a really respected director, did an adaptation of Lolita right now, but made it like Jeffrey Epstein themed. Oh, these goats. Gotta... Is Mark Middleton related to Kate Middleton? I don't think so. I wonder to which... But you know how I feel about Kate Middleton. It's crazy she's alive. I think I have to do a singing only stream if I'm going to sing. Right, we need an Oliver Stone movie like you did. Yeah, exactly. It'd be it would be a super hard sell. It would have to go to an indie company, obviously, but it would. Whew. Wait, oh my gosh, I have something that we need to go over, and it's a total. We're zigging right now, we're doing Epstein, but we do need to zag because everyone keeps talking about JFK. And I need to zag to pop culture for a second. Have you guys seen the hot guy playing JFK Jr.? Who is this? Normally I would not watch what's that guy's name? He does all the stupid shows. Look at this man. Ryan Murphy. Normally I wouldn't watch a Ryan Murphy thing, and I've been really upset about how Carolyn Bessett is dressed in the pictures I've seen. But I don't care about the interview. Look at this man. What? His name is Paul Kelly. Paul something Kelly. Paul Anthony Kelly. Look at this man. He's playing the young JFK Jr. in the new Ryan. Oh my God. I'm sorry to stop the news coverage, but you had to see this. Look at him. This one's for the ladies. Thank you. We'll take 15. Okay, guys, we have to get back to the news now. I just wanted to say, this is it's Paul Anthony Kelly, his interview in Interview Magazine. If you want to... Girls, this is where you got to go, okay? Wow. I'm covering Epstein again. I'm distracting from Epstein. Jeez. Guys, please. Little pause. Slight pause. But a worthwhile pause. Will I accept a relevancy in an article? Is it paywalled? Because I haven't set that up on this computer yet. Okay. Okay. I would like to pause to distinguish an intelligence agent from an intelligence asset. While the maximalist conspiracy for many when it comes to Epstein is that he is a foreign agent sent to blackmail American politicians and elites, I don't think that is the case. Epstein can be linked to American, British, French, Israeli, and Russian intelligence. It is possible that he worked with all of these organizations when their goals aligned, but working with a government is not the same as working for a government. To have a government or intelligence agency as a client, when you can personally benefit from the interaction, is not the same as doing their bidding. In any case, given his associates, intelligence organizations would have been aware of Epstein's operations. Yeah, send me the article, and I may look. I'll go full screen, I'll check it, and then pop it up. Wow. Do you know, okay, look at this as well. This is something I noticed in the photos. This is J something, maybe E? JCE. He brands all of his clothing. So much of his clothes have JE on them. Even his shoes, in one instance, have JE on them. Everything has his name on it. Morning, Professor Fappington. And I think that's wild. There are very few people. Diddy also wanted to have his own clothing brand. And so to me, a connection that I see as glaringly obvious is complete narcissism and sex trafficking. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein, the inside trader. More of his financial crimes here. Okay. While all of this was occurring, Epstein still... Oh, hang on. Let me just go full screen for a minute to look at this. Also, guys, oh my god, you could make that 9-9. You could do that, and then we would... Wait, it opened in my chat. Everything's ruined! Wait, what the fuck? No. Everything's... Okay, I see the article, but it opened in my OBS, and chat is gone. Hang on. Professional. Keep it together. You're being tested. This is just a test. This is just a test. Okay, guys. I don't know what to do. The chat is gone. Now it's just a CNN article. I genuinely... You did this on purpose. I genuinely don't know how to get back to where it was. How do I go back? Why did you open in here? Houston? We have a problem. Everyone, stand back and stand by. Come on, bro. Fix yourself. How do I fix you? How do I fix you? I don't like pressing buttons, but I want to press Control Z. None of you can even help me because I don't have a chat I can see. I keep closing the dock and reopening it. How do I go back? Curiouser and curiouser. Well, this is a CNN article about an ex-cop and former prison cellmate of Jeffrey Epstein sentenced to life in prison for murder of 4 men, and he is connected. His name is Nicholas Tartaglione. Told you, it's the Italians you actually have to keep an eye on. Former police officer turned drug dealer. Damn, 11 counts of murder, 4 counts of kidnapping resulting in death. 1 count of kidnapping conspiracy, 1 count of narcotics conspiracy. Damn. Shared a prison cell with Epstein. Moved before his suicide. Former officer was one of the first people FBI agents sought to interview. Tartaglione suspected Martin Luna had stolen money from him and planned to confront him. But who are these people? Okay, this is... Okay, interesting. I'll look more into that. I don't know how you feel about that because my chat no longer exists. My chat... That's my punishment. I tried to, like, shill myself. I was like, give me money. And the whole universe was like, no. Don't do that. And fuck your stream, by the way. What? Reset docs, maybe? Wait. I might be able to get just the YouTube chat for a second. Okay. No, it's not that. It's... You could just get it to a... It's not a dog whistle. It wants me to sign in. Okay. I can get that. Now we just have to get the Twitch chat. Twitch, I can't see you. To me, you no longer exist. Chat didn't kill themselves. Everyone, we can't move on until I fix this. Because what if I say something crazy and none of you can tell me that I said something insane? Docs. What if I go custom browser doc? No. Close. I can't believe this opened in chat. Like, that's crazy. Wait, guys. Reset docs? Yes. Now if I open chat? No! We're gonna have to go back to the method where I open chat, I open my own Twitch stream and give myself a secret watch. Hang on. Everybody wait. Because my mouse isn't working either. Stream is sad. Stream is sad. Streamer cry. Like this if you cry every time. Like this if you cry every time. I can't believe you've done this to me. I'm ruled by Saturn, that's why, okay? The world wants to punish me all the time. All it wants to do is teach me lessons. It's been teaching me lessons my whole life, and it's been teaching me lessons all day. All day. Because you know what it's saying right now? It's saying, hey, you've been streaming for 2.5 hours. That's better than you've ever done. Quit. Leave. And I'm like, no, I have the energy to keep going. I'm feeling good. And then the computer's like, oh, you're feeling good? How about now? How about now? You still feeling good? You still enjoying it? You still having a fun time? How about now? Okay. Okay. I need to mute myself. I need to mute myself. I don't know how to do that. Hang on. I need to mute myself. I don't know how to do that. Hang on. Wait. Guys, wait. How do I mute? There we go. Okay. Okay. Wow. Let's just have a look at if you said anything real bad while I was gone. Okay. Yeah, I think you're lying. I can't give a duck. I think this is actually to derail the Epstein conversation. I think that's what's happened. Do you have Chatterino? I don't know what I have. I don't know how I set this up because everything I do solo. I'm a one-woman show, and so I watch a YouTube video and I download what they tell me to download. It's definitely not that. Jesus does give his hardest test to his most leftist children. Press any key. I did press lots of keys. I chat, therefore I am. It's a conspiracy, chat murdered, chat shadow banned, sorry chat, you couldn't have known. Oh yeah, I don't care. The thing is, I can't give a duck. Never feel bad when things go wrong to me. Because if it wasn't you, something else would have happened. I just roll with the punches. I'm literally at the stage of my life where like when things go wrong, I'm just like, of course. Like it no longer warrants a reaction. It's your fault, gay elephant. Okay. I did. I clicked the link. I should have listened to my brother. It's punishment. It's karmic punishment. No, don't be sorry. It's me. If something can go wrong and I'm there, it will. It's not your fault. You could have sent that link to any other streamer and everything would have just happened beautifully and fine and seamlessly. It's only because you sent it to me. It's not you. It's a me problem, okay? And now everything is fine. We're back. Everything is good. I don't know what I have. I'm just a girl. I had to say it. Someone had to say it. It was going to be me, and I did. Okay. And then I pressed change everything, and now everything's changed. That's fine. That's okay. Back to reading. Okay? While all of this was occurring, Epstein still had his finger in the financial world. In 1986, Douglas Leese introduced Epstein to Steve Hoffenberg. Together, the three of them started Towers Financial, a Ponzi scheme disguised as a collections agency. On its face, Towers purchased outstanding debts from hospitals, banks, and similar enterprises. In reality, the firm washed money for high-profile clients like Khashoggi and the Marcos, while also extracting significant sums for their own benefit. Literally, we definitely did need dark. You want this in dark mode, like the white page? But then how will I read it? Shaders? Shift. Midnight. Does that help? Fade. Boost. Mono. Duo. Let's do midnight. Does that help? You're welcome. This is this new thing I have. Opera. Just makes it harder shit for me to read, but no worries, guys. Yeah, so literally they start a Ponzi scheme so they can start illegally washing arms dealers' money because, if you can, you should. Why not do the most for your friends? Sorry, guys. I didn't know it was hard on your eyes. I think I'm losing my eyes, so I need like blinding white light to be able to see, but it's all good. It's fine. When the scheme was on the verge of collapse, a saving grace acquisition was negotiated with Tom Barracks at Colony Capital. The deal would have saved the company and its investors, but according to Hoffenberg, Epstein sabotaged the deal, giving it instead to his friend John Hall. This led to the company's collapse in 1993, Hoffenberg being convicted of financial crimes, serving 18 years in prison, and owing $500 million in restitution. Epstein walked away from Towers, extracting a significant amount and not being held responsible for any of the fraudulent activity. In 2022, Epstein committed suicide. No, it was a Ponzi scheme. It was. I just haven't explained how it was here. It was like they would buy the debt and then they would sell it to people, being like, oh, this is a really good way to invest your money in these, like, it's kind of similar to the what happened in the financial crisis. So people were buying really bad debt, but being told that it would make them money. But what they needed to do was just like keep getting people to buy in. So it was money laundering, yes. But also people were putting their real money in and they ended up losing their money. A close financial associate of Epstein is a man named Leon Black. Black is flagged as a person of interest by Senator Wyden, given the inexplicably large sums of money he transferred to Epstein through their association. Black made his mark working as a principal at Drexel Burnham Lambert, the financial firm that pumped the American economy full of junk bonds in the 80s. Hoffenberg, although there are reasons to question the objectivity of his assertions, claimed that during this time Epstein was working with Drexel. No formal evidence of this exists outside the well-substantiated relationship between Black, Epstein, and CEO Michael Milken. So we don't have actual evidence that he worked at Drexel, except for there being lots of photos of them together in his Facebook dumps. Thank you for the beats. Sorry, I didn't get the alert, but thank you. I really appreciate it. It was Hoffenberg who took me down, you think? Yeah, exactly. No TTS? I don't know how to do that. What is TTS? Is that this when you donate and it talks? Guys, it's growing. We'll have it by the time we get to the year of the horse, we'll have that. Okay? We'll have everything. We'll have the best stream that there ever was. All thanks to you guys, my financial associates. Okay. On February 13, 1990, Drexel declared bankruptcy, sparking a financial event that would be known as the Valentine's Day Massacre. In the year prior to the filing, Black had extracted $16 million in bonuses. Further, the SEC investigation of Drexel reveals that more than $220 million had been moved out of the broker-dealer in a short space of time. So here, suddenly, we're looking at the arms dealings, we're looking at all these weird companies that sell financial products and then suddenly go bankrupt, and all this money is suddenly missing. And the question of, like, where did Epstein's money come from? Becomes a lot clearer, more clear. I'm not technically minded at all. Not at all. Zero technical minding. Okay. With the money that Black made from Drexel, he was able to start a new firm with some of his previous colleagues, Apollo Global Management. Now, just crazy, Apollo Global Management was one of the financial firms that was putting into the Paramount deal. Isn't that crazy? The Paramount Skydance trying to buy Warner Brothers, Apollo Global Management is one of the firms that was putting in money. So when I was doing my research on that merger deal, I was like, oh my God, he's everywhere. I'm the technical serious. Can you imagine how boring my stream would be if I was the technical serious? And how much the stream wouldn't work if I was the silly technical? Yeah. And that's why. So this is crazy. So this Apollo Global Management still around. Apollo would go on to purchase assets at a steep discount following the collapse of the junk bond market. Isn't that crazy? So you're part of an organization that collapses, where you know what is going to be put on the market because of the collapse of that company, and you just extracted a whole lot of money from that company, and with that money you extracted, you start a new company and you buy up all the stuff that's being sold off super cheap because that company went bankrupt. Feels illegal. Feels like it should be illegal. Following the collapse of the junk bond market, including key pieces of real estate like Midtown Manhattan office buildings, ski resorts in Vail, and the insurance company Anthene, Apollo also purchased unwanted speculative bonds from Drexel's former clients, including $3.25 billion worth of bonds from the insurance firm Executive Life at a fraction of their previous value. 2 years later, when the markets recovered, Apollo's portfolio would double in value. Things that make you go, In 2000, by the way, while he's doing all of this crime, he's also trafficking young girls, because you got to have a hobby, right? This is what he was doing. Ghislaine was a Reddit moderator, the most famous Reddit moderator, by the way. If she gets released and that account comes live again, that's going to be crazy. In 2000, Epstein became the director of an offshore banking entity, Liquid Funding. The firm was a shell corporation that held a lot of mortgage-backed securities. And collateralized loan obligations, financial products that would become synonymous with the global financial crisis. 40% of the entity was owned by Epstein's former employer, Bear Stearns. That's so weird. That's so weird that they would go into a big deal with you like that. For this thing that we know is going to go real bad. Okay, so Bear Stearns owns 40% of this liquid funding thing that Epstein's a director of. The owner of the other 60% remains unknown. I wonder who that could be. I have no idea. I mean, no one has any idea because we don't have access to the filings. Would have been great for that to be dropped in the Epstein dump, but no. Give me, you know what I want instead of that? Hang on. Look at me for a second while I get this ready for you. I'm so glad, instead of giving me the details on liquid funding, I'm really, really glad that they decided to drop this. This was more important. Don't give me financial details. Give me glittering images. Like this one. Because this doesn't make me go, This is like when the photo leaked of Hunter Biden with the tretinoin. It's like, wow, yeah. I'm glad I got this instead of any financial findings. Anyway. In July 2007, 2 things occurred related to this story. Okay? 2 things occurred. That's the one thing about it. Someone said, Johnny Clueless says, seeing that picture makes me think that he must not have been that bad of an arms dealer, sex trafficker. Here's the thing. There are lots of things you can say about Jeffrey Epstein. Arms trafficker, money launderer, sex pest, narcissist, sex criminal, sexual abuser, sexual trafficker, maybe weird shit we can't even think about to do with teeth. But he did smile through it all. Find me a photo. Like, I'm saying 98% of the time that man's got a smile on his face. He really did keep a smile on that dial. Okay, guys, focus. Of course it makes it worse. Man had no shame. Man did not feel bad about what he was doing. He loved it. He ain't got no tears left to cry. Okay, so we're keeping an eye on everything, right? We've got Jeffrey Epstein in a company with Bear Stearns. Maybe he's the director. They've invested in collateralized loan obligations, mortgage-backed securities, right? We get to 2007. What happens in 2007? Okay, 2 things. Epstein's attorneys meet with the US Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, namely with Alex Acosta, to cut a sweetheart deal. At the same time, 2 Bear Stearns hedge funds collapse. So keep in mind the GFC was started by, it was triggered by the collapse of 2 Bear Stearns firms. Okay. The prelude to the coming global financial crisis. When the global financial crisis hit, liquid funding had over $6.7 billion worth of liabilities. The government bailout of the banking industry led to all of those debts being resolved. With 60%, so nearly $4 billion of proceeds being distributed to network participants. I wonder what Epstein could have told the Attorney General. Well, let's just wonder that. Let's not resolve that. Let's just leave that there for you to wonder what information he had. Can you hear my chair squeaking? ASMR. At the time, Epstein was personally banking with JP Morgan, where he had a particularly close relationship with Jess Stanley, the head of asset and wealth management and soon-to-be CEO. JP Morgan had been in the process of ending their relationship with problematic clients following the Bernie Madoff scandal. Oh my god! Hello! Hi, Raiders! We're just going through here comes trouble. We're going through the financial elements of... Welcome, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, friends. I hope you had a good stream. Yes, we love Twin Peaks here. This is a Lynchian stream. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. No, I like trouble. This is a pro trouble stream. What do you guys talk about on your stream? We are covering the well, we've been trying to. It's now, we're at hour 3. We're covering Epstein, and we're going through his actual, where he made his money and where I think Trump is actually worried about stuff coming out. So we're going through his financial crimes. We talked about my sinus infection, but that was about it. Well, the thing is, when you get a sinus infection, it kind of is... Why is my chair squeaking? ASMR. It kind of is all-encompassing and all you can think about. And so I get it. Have I heard the song Young Girl? The one by Sting? I love talking about eyebrows. We need to grease the chair. Yeah. Well, it's because I'm using a different chair because I have to move downstairs. Anyway, guys, Maggie, I'm sorry about your sinus infection. We haven't talked about interior design. We're going to almost get to the end of this. We're just going through Jeffrey Epstein being an arms dealer, being a money launderer. Now we're talking about how he basically caused the global financial crisis. And then once we get to the end of his financial crimes, we'll go into his visual crimes in the field of interior design. 1-to-1, 6-7, 1-to-1 if you ask me. You guys are crazy. Okay, back to our reading. Thank you so much for the raid again. Thank you, appreciate you. It's not just his obsession with gold, like, it's disgusting. We'll jump to interior design in a second. Thoughts about we already talked about the espionage. So he's definitely a foreign asset, but not necessarily a foreign agent. So he was working with foreign intelligence when it suited him and when their goals aligned. That is British, French, Israeli, US, and Russian. But he wasn't working for any of them necessarily. We are best friends. Okay, so he's banking with JP Morgan. He's got a relationship with Jeff Stanley, head of asset and wealth management, soon to be CEO. JP Morgan has been in the process of ending their relationship with problematic clients following the Bernie Madoff scandal. However, the relationship with Epstein doesn't end until 2013. So this is in 2007. Even then, right, JP Morgan would work with the government to acquire Bear Stearns. Isn't that interesting? Bear Stearns, the company, so just keep tracking with me for a second. He starts his career at Bear Stearns. He leaves when an SEC investigation starts on the Bronfman-Seagram thing, but keeps a good relationship with anyone, and there's absolutely no reason that he should have left. Years later, after all his arms dealing, he is working with Bear Stearns again on liquid funding, this organization they've created, which is set up in freaking Bermuda, and they only buy collateralized debt and mortgage-backed securities. And then Jeffrey Epstein has an appointment with the Attorney General. Then suddenly the global financial crisis happens. Then suddenly this liquid funding gets all of their money. And Bear Stearns has 2 hedge funds fail. And then the company that JP Morgan is personally banking with is able to buy Bear Stearns. Just in case you're not following along, seems like some weird things that make you go, still happening. Okay? Yeah. Acquire Bear Stearns for $10 a share for $240 million, 90% less than it had been valued the previous week. Seems a bit weird. With the Federal Reserve financing $30 billion of Bear Stearns' mortgage securities holdings on May 30, 2008. Jeffrey Epstein accepted his non-prosecution agreement and pleaded guilty Pled or pleaded? I've written pleaded. If it's wrong, that's just more proof that I'm not AI. On June 30, 2008, JP Morgan, you know the saddest thing? You know what? Okay, with all the photo dumps we got from every Friday night that Jeffrey Epstein had, the one thing I'm sad about, do you ever on TikTok get onto jail talk where prisoners are like doing TikToks from jail? We should have let Jeffrey Epstein keep his digital camera. Because imagine the Facebook dumps we would have got from his time in jail. Not that he actually spent any time in jail, by the way. He was out on day release every single freaking day. He pled. But I want the photo dumps from jail. He pled. JP Morgan would go on to, oh yeah, okay. Well, also, did I say this here or did I just remember it? Okay, so they end up, JP Morgan would go on to sue Stanley for his dealings with Epstein, and he would be stripped of his ability to work in the UK finance sector. Something that I haven't put here is that Jess Stanley continued to visit Jeffrey Epstein while he was in prison in 2007. It's actually kind of fun, jail talk. You learn how the women make their makeup. Yeah, it's not like he did anything serious, like smoke some weed. It's possible that the events detailed above. Can you see that I was really worried about being sued for this article? Because every second paragraph, I'm like, it's all a coincidence. Maybe I'm just making guesses. None of this is real. It is possible that events detailed above are simply coincidences. However, releasing Epstein's financial records would provide much needed clarity to the suspicious extraction activities of the firms with which he was involved throughout this period. That's the problem, guys. Everyone says, where's his money come from? Easy. Arms dealing, money laundering, and extraction schemes. This. Oh god. I forgot what I even wrote. Do you know how exciting this is? Do you guys know what this is? Do you guys know what this property is? You're gonna love it. You're gonna fucking eat it up when I tell you what this property is. You think it's an Epstein mansion? Do you remember a little fight that Epstein and Trump had that completely blew up their friendship? If there are any transactions or records that could implicate Trump in something unrelated to sexual indiscretion, it is likely related to money laundering. Both Epstein and Trump ran in the same circles from 1981 and seemed engaged in very similar activities. At that time, Trump lived in the Olympic Towers, where his neighbors included, see if any of these names ring a bell, Adnan Khashoggi and the Marcos family. Oh my god, crazy. Trump regularly attended parties on Robert Maxwell's yacht. Oh, you know him too. So crazy how we all just, as I said, they just know one another, okay? Nothing weird here, okay? As well as being an well-established media mogul, Maxwell, I love how many... You know how I said before, don't trust men? Don't trust anyone, ever? Don't, because 3 people proofread this article, and now going back a couple of months later, it's like there's a spelling mistake every second paragraph. Trust no one. The Ghislaine. As well as being a well-established media mogul, Maxwell, apparently, was deeply involved with Russian criminal elites and their money. Oh my god! Particularly Semyon Moglievich. Moglievich. At the time, the capital flight from the fallen Soviet Union, so Soviet Union feels everyone steals their money and tries to get it out, needed to be moved outside of the traditional financial system. Do you guys remember what Jeffrey Epstein was famous for? Can you guys remember what we said at the beginning of the article his expertise was in? He was involved with Mossad. He wasn't the head of Mossad. He was very good at offshoring money and hiding money. Don't know. Obviously, sex trafficking, yes. We know he's very good at that. But at the beginning of my article, we talk about in the banking industry how he was known for hiding money offshore and shadow banking. Okay. Now, all the Soviets need to suddenly get their money out of the Soviet Union. All the oligarchs need to move their money. What will they do? I'm looking for a guy in finance, 6'4", blue eyes, trust fund. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for the opposite of that. I get scared looking at other people with blue eyes. As I told you, I Erica Kirkmax all the time as a blue-eyed person. Let me show you. Let's do some Erica Kirkmaxing. I don't want to date someone with eyes like mine. It's too much. Okay? Definitely don't want to date someone in finance. Sorry to all you finance bros. Definitely not. 6'4". The problem is, let me be real with you guys. When you get to about 6'1", 6'2", you start to get tickets on yourself as a guy. This is something I've noticed. Men, when they get to a certain height, they're like, I think men give up when they get to 6'2". They think they don't have to try anymore. So looking for a man in finance, 6'5", blue eyes, trust fund. Well, if you have a trust fund, why the fuck are you even working? I don't want that. Anyway, all I'm saying is I'm kind of looking for the opposite of that. Am I tall? Unfortunately, I am tall. I'm like, I am 5'9", but I read 5'10". I don't know if that makes sense. I'm on the taller side of 5'9", and I definitely give 5'10" energy. I don't want these. No, thank you. They get mad with the power of their height. It's just... I don't want gambling debt either. I don't want the opposite. Okay. I would totally click your link, but you weren't here earlier when I clicked a link. I'm not a good enough streamer to click links, okay? It ruined everything. Everything fell apart. So I would love to watch it. Unfortunately, I can't click any links. I've been banned from it. Chat will attest to this. I can't cope with links. I'm trying to become a good streamer by the beginning of the year of the horse, which is Chinese New Year, which I believe is January 23. So hopefully at some point in the future, I'll be able to click whatever link you want to send me. But right now, am I 5'9"? I don't know. I'm 176 centimeters tall with flat feet. I can't get enough links. I want to press them all. Oh, yeah, put the link in the Discord. Can someone take that link and put it in the Discord? The Discord which we started today, by the way. Wait, don't look at that. That's my stuff. Stop it, guys. You're always spying on me. What the fuck? It's such an invasion. You just love to look at my stuff. It's actually so inappropriate and such an overstep. Invite to server. Copy. Oh, guys, I can't copy the link because last time I clicked it. I'm not in chat where I can talk anymore. Sorry. I don't have the ability to chat in my chat right now. So if you want to join the Discord, too fucking bad. You can't. Thank you for subbing though. Guys, 89. 89. At least we're not scary anymore. We were having a little bit of a problem. 89 is a much safer number. I got banned from my own channel accidentally by clicking a link, and then the link took over my chat, and now I'm not signed into any chat, so I'm just watching myself. and I'm not signed in. So yeah. But if anyone else has the link and they want to put it in the chat, you can. Oh, the link's been, okay, awesome. Sick. Thank you. Thank you, Tresk. God, it shouldn't be this hard. And yet it is. Thank you for the sub, though. You were hoping, I know you were hoping another Twin Peaks sound would play, weren't you? But I gotta keep you on your toes. Can't all be Twin Peaks, okay? But thank you, I really appreciate it. Okay, so New York and Florida are markets where properties are regularly purchased using shell companies, allowing the buyer to conceal their identity. How crazy. During this period, if the purchase is done in cash or without financing, there are no obligations on financial institutions to track the money or know the customers. This is at the time, sorry guys. While measures such as the BSA existed, it was not appropriately enforced. As such, these markets were regularly used to launder money. More than 1,300 Trump condominiums have been purchased by shell companies without any financing. Oh. So there are 1,300 condominiums that we have no idea who they were bought. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't really care about that. I don't know why that would be of interest to anyone. Not me. I mean, let 1,000 blossoms bloom, right? When Trump International Hotel opened in Manhattan in 1996, shell companies bought 30% of the units, including 12 that sold for more than $5 million. The sales amount to more than $134 million. Oh, okay. Earlier that year, Donald Trump had traveled to Moscow with Howard Lorber, former Drexel executive, if you remember that was one of Jeffrey Epstein's companies, and Leon Black, the guy from Apollo Management. At the time, Leon Black served on Putin's Russian Direct Investment Fund Advisory Board. That's not bad, guys. I think you guys are reading way too much into this idea that being involved with foreign investment funds are bad. Thank you for cheering. Did you cheer for the foreign investment funds? Because I tend to cheer for that too. Okay. During the visit, Trump... Nathan! Oh no, do you know what that means everyone gets to see? Thank you so much. For the people new in the room, we just reached... Oh wow! Angel Thomas! Angel Thomas! Let's fucking go! Yes! Yes! Guys, I don't have access to anything that would tell me that a hype train is going. Because I don't know how to fucking stream. Thank you, though. Thank you, Nathan. Now everyone gets to see what we get as a result. Because of Nathan's generosity, and thank you, Clearwatch, that one contributed as well, and Tria, now because of all of that, we will have a stream where regrettably I will appear as the demon from your nightmares, Erica Trump. I will be cosplaying as this. It's gonna be rough. But someone has to do it. So, thank you, Nathan, for making chat's dreams come true, or their nightmares. Oh, wow! Okay. Thank you so much for the hype train. Thank you. Choo-choo. Through different iterations of the stream, membership to my stream has been Moral Coin, where it was a sort of like a cryptocurrency for morality. We did that for a while. We're now doing Feel Bucks, which is similar to Peter Thiel Bucks, but I don't have access to those. So instead, you're giving me Feel Bucks. It kind of does. Anyway, Nathan, what? Stop! You gotta stop! You gotta stop! Oh my god! Thank you so much. You get to pick when I do this, by the way, because obviously you have to be here to see it. So you get to pick when I dress up like this. It's gonna be crazy. You know what's so annoying? And it's fine. I just want to say, I hope you understand that when I do this, level 8, holy shit. When I do this will end up being the image that I'm remembered for. Like, this will be the image that will circulate of me. Not like a beautiful image of me, not like an image of me looking intelligent and smart. Like, this is what I will be. Like, people will Google The Silly Serious, and me looking like this is what is going to come up. No, Nathan rocks. Thank you so much, Nathan. This is going to be huge. MCR, My Chemical Romance. Took me a second. I was a young girl. My father. Okay. Guys, we haven't even got to interiors. And I'm at 3 hours. Okay. Thank you so much, Nathan. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Okay. Now I've got this freaking dark ass page because all you have sensitive eyes. It's all right. We're almost there. Okay. Despite his previous financial difficulties. Okay, so Trump selling a bunch of ADHD merch. I don't have that. I don't have that. But this is why I don't want to stream on YouTube, because everyone's going to be like, oh, she's insane. I don't have that. I have OCD. Okay? Totally different. And now I've lost where I'm at. It's not ADD. It's 3 a.m. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay, stop. Conversation got boring. Stop. Okay. Okay, so he's gone to Russia, met with Leon Black, who's working for the Direct Investment Fund. Somehow he gets $300 million. He's really poor at this time. Okay, it's going poorly for him. But he purchases Miss Universe. Okay. And then Epstein spends the rest of the year setting up a bunch of offshore trusts. And he's appointed as the trustee for Leon Black, head of Apollo Management, and also an advisor on Putin's Russia Direct Investment Fund. He is appointed as the trustee on his family's stuff. Yeah, I'm Aussie, mate. Okay. The rumored falling out over the purchase of Maison Limiti also seems like a dispute over money laundering profits. Weird. I thought it was I thought they just really wanted the house. I thought they just really wanted this house. I thought it was because we know. Actually, we should take a moment because we know this would be a good time for us to look at some of the decor choices, right? Just because we know how much these men love property. Guys, you know what I don't have time to do today because we have so much to cover. But you know what I don't have time to do today, but we really need to do, and we should do it over the next few days because it's seasonal. We should review Melania's Christmas decorations. Okay? Let me get the decor ready for you. Oh my god, I can't believe I've got to do Erica Trump. It's gonna be so funny. Oh my god. It'll be worth it. I gotta get this America pin. Okay. First of all, this is just, okay, there's a few things I want to show you first of all. These aren't bongs. They're baubles in vases. You guys are really throwing me off. Choo choo choo. Okay. We're going to talk about that documentary in a second too. This isn't decor related necessarily, other than the creepy ass head in the background here. But I too, you almost can't see it. I too, if I had a desk with like a throne behind it, would have a frame photo of myself. I think nothing screams confidence like putting a frame photo of yourself on your desk. These are some sort of stone coasters. They're actually the amulets. These are his amulets that he's collecting. They power him up. But I personally love a photo of yourself. White wine drinker, surprising. Surprising to me. Okay, this is the photo that everyone's memifying, and as I told you, we cannot let the entertaining spectacle of Jeffrey Epstein distract us from the real crime. Also, feet for free. Let's just mention that. For a financier, pretty nuts to just give out feet for free, but whatever. But we cannot meme him. Remember, this is a sex criminal. We hate this man. And we will not let this administration do this to us where they become so entertaining that it is distracting. But just for the moment, we're just having a little bit of fun, okay? Because God forbid we take a moment to enjoy ourselves, okay? There's a dog here, but I cut it out because it makes me sad to think about men like this around beautiful, pure, amazing creatures like dogs. Okay. Oh, I just also, once again, I wanted to show you his, if you thought he was just working for one country, you're wrong. Because look, he also works for Russia, okay, or Mao, or whatever. I don't know. Marxist-Leninist down bad after this photo. But I can't ban anyone. I would like to ban them. Hang on, I will ban them. You just give me a second, guys. I don't have control of my chat right now. Oh my god, and I have 1%. I'm such a type C bitch. You could use some mods. I know, but I don't like asking people to mod for me because I feel bad. Stream manager. It's over for you, Josh. You can when I work out how to do it, Nathan, but I don't want you to feel like you have to do things for me. Josh, you can't like Trump and be here. Bye. Okay. Alrighty. 1% and I still managed to do it because I roll like that. Okay. Wait, we're going back to this. And just don't forget as well, this is a different sweatshirt to the one he was wearing in the other photo. So he is wearing self-branded clothing. This is the logo that he's come up for himself, and he is walking around in his own merch. Once again, I do think, what's this about? The point? Why does everything, this is what I'm, Avalanche, it's about what it's about, okay? It's about what it's about. The point is, we're going through his incredibly bad decor to prove that he has no real interest in property, that he's a money launderer, that he is an arms dealer, and that spectacle is distracting. And the reason they dropped in front of us so many photos of disgusting decor is to distract us from the fact that he's a sex criminal. But given that we do have it, we must look at it, okay? Because we do lots of serious stuff. We've been doing serious stuff nonstop. So now we're just doing some silly stuff to just even it up, you know? Why is he wearing the cap? Because everyone needs a little bit of bad press. So he just associates himself with everyone. Okay. As a fan of wallpaper, this is very distressing for me. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Hate how the floor is made to match but doesn't match. Okay? It's just really... Don't understand what the flooring is at all. Looks like carpet with tape on it. Is maybe meant to match the walls. Doesn't. This is a very disgusting color yellow. These curtains, completely different vibe. Don't know what's happening here. Very upsetting. Almost, but not quite as upsetting as this blue chandelier. Okay? No, not even IKEA would do this. IKEA would never do this. I have a problem with like Scandinavian kind of very clean, you know, Scandi look. I'm not a Scandi person personally in terms of my decor. This feels like someone vomited up French Rococo and tried to make it Japandi. I don't know. This is the most upsetting room I think I've ever seen. I don't know what the bed head is. Is this a chair facing the bed? What is this here? Is this a makeup case? Why is it on the ground? I don't like anything that's happening here. It's gauche. It's not even gauche because that would require... This is like, I'm sorry, I have to say it. I know I've been shitting a lot on men and I'm not going to stop doing it. It's part of my personality. The problem I have here is... Sorry, I just got really distracted by myself. Feng shui terrorism, exactly. Yes, that's a good idea, Kmari. Okay, I'll look into it. That's a great idea though. The blue chandelier is so upsetting to me. The only like person that could maybe pull it off is like a rapper, maybe, but the whole room would have to be different. The entire thing would have to be so there is nothing redeemable about this room. Also, what's with the very low door handle? But okay. I can't even keep looking at this room. It's very upsetting. Don't even say RuPaul because that's like suggesting something good. Don't even... A Space Odyssey, also good. We can't... This is... Someone tried to do this. Wallpaper and this chandelier indicate intent. Someone thought, this reflects my taste. It's intentional. That's very upsetting. Okay. Another what the fuck. Another what the fuck. This one's not as bad. I just don't know what's happening in this room. Lots of massage rooms in this house. Don't know. Something I want to touch on as well is the horrendous art through the entire house. This not the Twin Peaks Red Room, don't worry. I don't know what these curtains are. Are they covering windows? Maybe. This is horrendous. Once again, a random fucking chair. This is a massage room without a massage table. This room is actually not all that bad. I think I was just confused about its purpose. Okay? Painted ceiling. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. You're right. But then this weird skirting board here. The skirting board's on the bottom. What do we call this? A sconce? What is it when it's on the top? It's ugly. Yeah, exactly. Decor that reflects people who are unburdened by doubts or conscience. Molding, thank you. Molding, yes. The perspective is odd. What is this as well? Is this a tanning lamp? What kind of lamp is this? Oh, I put it in twice. Oh no, it's a different room. You have to understand, as a lover of wallpaper, how upsetting this is for me. And why, if we're going for an accent color, why are we going with blue? I really want to understand what's happening with the fucking carpet. Because it truly looks like painting tape. This is... No, it can't be the end of the other room. There's a cockatoo on this painting. This is a Greek vase, but then a blue lamp that's not plugged in anywhere on a blue table. With these two pieces of furniture that don't even fit. Oh, it is the other... It's upsetting. Okay? It's so upsetting. Also, hang on. Let me just check something. We don't have consistency of metals. A small thing, but for some of us upsetting. The mixed textures, you know. Yeah, it is giving Eiffel 65. Truly. Okay. Possibly the scariest bathroom I've ever seen in my life. Why would you take a dark room with no windows and fill it with dark marble the entire way around? And what is this, a marble sink with... And once again, blue towels. The blue thing, but also, in case you're worried about being bored in the shower, don't worry, there's a subwoofer there near the entrance, just in case. And also this wooden person. Now, the wooden people is perhaps the thing that I find most distressing about the entire... Yeah, this is Epstein's house. The wooden people really bother me, and there's more than you would think. Also, can we note the entire vibe shift with this wallpaper? There is no consistency throughout the house. We have the blue, which suggests consistency. It suggests that there was a theme that someone was thinking of, but then they were like, no, let's have wooden tie people and a completely different vibe for the wallpaper, and let's make the entire dark bathroom a dark marble, because that's going to be fucking awesome. And this just creepily looks like someone's lying there. Does anyone else get that vibe? Like someone's here? No, just me? Okay. I don't think he paid someone to decorate. A man who starts his own merch when he's not a public figure is a man who has the confidence to decorate his own home. In fact, this is giving Jeffrey Epstein's grand designs. That's, yeah, pay your cleaners more. As I've told you guys before, I have a real personal issue with all of the toilets in America. I don't understand why they're so low, but that's not Jeffrey Epstein's fault. That's just a general American design flaw. Hang on. What's he got on the vanity here? We've got mouthwash. Okay, mouthwash, toothbrush, toothpaste. Not that I have... I'm just saying, this man does love dental hygiene. I do wish I could see a little bit better to see his products, but I can't. Also, we can see in the mirror that the opposite side of this room is curtains, which is making me think that this bathroom and this weird hallway is an offshoot of the weird red room. I think it's here, in one of these. Anyway. That's a shiny ass tile. Okay, moving on. Oh, yeah. Okay, creepy wooden person. This is a girl hanging. Because you know what? I don't think any grand staircase is complete without a hanging wooden girl. But don't worry, the view's incredible because we have weird paintings of clouds. When I pick art, I think I want people to say, what the fuck, when they're in my house. I want people to walk in my house and just be like, I'm afraid. I don't like it here. I get a bad vibe. Because if my house gives people a bad vibe the second they walk in, they won't stay. And I get to do what I like, which is sit and watch movies by myself. So I want this creepy fucking hanging girl wooden sculpture. At least it matches the stairs. So some progress in terms of continuity. Oh, the pink room. Because why not? Total vibe shift. The upholstery on this couch, I don't want to talk about. Okay, it's lemon trees, but the pillows are doing absolutely nothing to complement that. The walls are pink. There's some sort of weird Egyptian, Greek, African thing here. I don't know. No, the room is terrible. Tresk, stop trying to find good in a shithole. I understand that you're looking for anything, but I need you to look at this. Okay, look. So the upholstery is lemon trees. Explain the cushion. And explain this wackadoodle fucking lampshade. If I tried to make an intentionally ugly house, I couldn't come up with something half as good as this. If I tried to go out of my way to make something ugly, I would not be able to achieve this. And how is there so much disgusting textured furniture in here and the room still feels empty? Guys, don't fight in my chat. Trump is tied to Putin. So is Epstein. Everyone's tied to Putin. And it's so crazy to me this man's so powerful when this is what I mean. Like, once you get to 6'2", you get lazy. At Putin's height, you have to be thinking all the time. Yeah, so this is just fucked up. We don't like it at all. Thank you very much for coming to my TED Talk. This room somehow feels empty and full at the same time. It's very hard. Now, I'm a dog lover, so a random taxidermy dog with eyes that are giving Erica Kirk. And bad cable management. I said it. I know I'm not a professional streamer, I know, but that is just a straight up fucking cable. Yeah, this is a dead dog with Erica Kirk eyes. I'm glad they included this instead of his financial records. This is what I needed to see. Oh, yeah, here, look. These ugly fucking horrible chairs that I was complaining about earlier. Okay? These leopard print chairs. Now, I am someone who wants a Dalmatian print sofa. So it's not a problem with animal print, okay? I like animal print. Firstly, I do think there are a lot of people right now who are fucking with leopard print and it's not who they are. And it's obvious. Leopard print has to be who you are. Unfortunately, I do think that leopard print is who Jeffrey Epstein is. It's just he's still managed to do it in the most reprehensible, ugly way. This also looks like the random tablecloth that your auntie's friend brings to like the Christmas gathering at the beach. Most disgusting tablecloth I've ever seen in my life. The flowers are clearly fake. I do want to see every photo on this. Why is this room so dark? Where are the windows? I feel like I'm in the others. I feel like there are children who live in this house who can't be touched by the sun. And also, don't you worry about people spilling food on these Well, it doesn't look like anyone eats in this room. This doesn't look like a room you eat in. But also, can we explain? This is the back of a creepy freaking wooden sculpture head. Why are there so many wooden people in this house? I want it well lit. Why are there two size doors? You're so right. And what is this wallpaper? It looks like mold. It looks like water stains. Leopard print into it. It's so upsetting. It's so upsetting. It's so upsetting. I had to say it 3 times because it is that upsetting. You know what this looks like? The most tacky and you know that, okay, this is such a random deep cut, like one person is, it's not even a deep cut because it's from my imagination. So no one will get it because you would have to be in my head. Okay. You know, in Harry Potter, the 7th book, where the Muggle studies teacher is being levitated above the table that everyone's sitting at. This is where I imagine that happens in the Jeffrey Epstein universe. Sorry, I didn't need to share that. Sometimes you have a thought and it doesn't need to be shared, but yeah. You get it. Okay, cool. Oh, you know what I like to put next to my shower? A caricature of me and my friend Bill Clinton. If you don't have a caricature of you and your friend Bill Clinton, unfortunately I read all the books before she turned into a psychopath. Because when I want to step into the shower, when I want to feel my body rain soaked in the water, before that I want to make sure I'm thinking about my friend. Oh, okay, the 2 size doors. Back in the day, the average height for a man was 5'5". Lots of old buildings have very short doors. If they never update them, the door is probably right around 6 foot, give or take. The other door is either a true entry door or a newer modern door while keeping the integrity of the original door. Very interesting. I mean, it's a normal looking shower. It probably is nice and reminiscent of his prison shower. Do you think I'm enjoying a shower with a shower head like this? No one's showering here either. There's no towel. There's just this weird caricature. My grandparents' house in Vermont, the original door frames, that's so interesting. I actually originally wanted this. Okay, I'm being shitty and mean and awful because it's fun. But I actually love caricatures of people that you know as decorations in your house. You can afford a better shower head than this. That's all I'm saying. No, that's not how prison looks. I don't know, I've never been. Yet. But in Trump's America, who knows? Touch wood. Oh, okay. You think I've included this photo for one reason, and you're wrong. You think it's the girls, but it's the photo of this steeplechase guy from Coney Island with the 44 visible teeth, which for some reason is so small on this wall that is clearly soundproof. Explain to me what the fuck is happening here. Why do you have the Coney Island steeplechase man in a tiny, tiny, tiny frame on your big ass soundproof wall? The art in this house is the most terrifying bit. I mean, the gold soundproof walls. Oh, it's in that room with the leopard chairs. Look, it's the leopard chair. And the ugly ass tablecloth. Oh, of course. We have to talk about the temple. Which matches the curtains in the first room, by the way. Oh yeah, what the hell? I don't understand as well why everything looks half done. Oh, he's from Coney Island. Okay, that makes sense then, doesn't it? Maybe that's just nostalgic, but I still wouldn't. Why'd you get it so tiny on that big wall? Why does everything on this island feel half done and ripped apart? Like, what is happening here? Did there used to be books here? Does this pull out? Marble, different marble. Electric box. What is happening? I really want to take a good look at this, but not today. Okay, I'm just going to skip through because I'm sick of it. It's ugly and I hate it. I already showed you this. I already showed you these glittering images. And we decided we would forgive him. I don't know what's coming now. Oh, yeah, also, framed photos of children sleeping. Work in progress. Okay, thank you. Not weird at all. Oh, I just like this fit. I did include this one because I was like, is he a police officer? Is he in the army? Oh, okay, so this photo, and this I really want your opinion on. This photo is one of the photos that got taken out by the DOJ. So it was released and then unreleased. What is it? The photo in the frame? Is it, this looks like Ghislaine sketched up here. Is it that? Is it the photo of the man on horseback in the frame? Or is there something else going on here that they don't want us to see? Is there a secret door? What is this? Is the horse Bubba? Maybe that's Bubba. What is that? Can anyone tell? Is that? What is that? Computer, computer enhance. Wait, guys. I can see it. It's kids' toys, right? That's what I thought. Cleaning supplies in the bucket, and that looks like kids' toys. Computer enhanced. Did they have pets? Did they have pets? Really? Yeah, they did. They did have pets. Unfortunately, it died. This is the pet. Rest in peace. Okay. Michael Jackson. Oh, one more thing. Just so you know, I've been working on my setup and I gotta tell you, that's so interesting. Okay. Cons Bob said, it feels like many of the rooms were deliberately designed and staged to intimidate, evoke unpredictability, and demonstrate power, and they actually work for that purpose. I'd never thought of that, but it is truly an option. I always think maybe these people are just disgusting and awful as like the default, but yes, it's truly an option. Okay, so I've been working on my setup, moving my setup downstairs. Okay, so that my dog with his ACL injury, Patrick Mahomes at the house, can not have to climb up the stairs. But when I saw this, I truly was intimidated. Okay. This is Epstein's setup. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 screens. I could never. I keep telling you, he's got merch. He did React content. Oh, it's for cameras. You had to make it scary. Here I was joking about him being a streamer, and then you give a reasonable answer. Howdy. If someone wants to come to my house though and make my setup look like this, it's for trading in markets. Okay. Maybe it's trading in markets on the big four and then security cameras on the little ones. What have I got here? Oh, wait. Another, just in case you thought the last marble bathroom was unsettling and you thought, you know what I wish, that wooden hanging girl, I wish I could combine that with the unsettling bathroom. Well, don't worry, here's this ballerina leg over the marble bath for you. Why not? This is about the actual rules. Oh, and yeah, a reminder of what you get, thanks to Nathan. Okay, guys, I don't feel like finishing my Epstein article about where all of his money came from. Bye, Redland. Thank you so much for the raid. And yeah, I'll hit you up somehow. I don't know how I'll find you, but I'll find you. Thank you. Sleep tight. Say hi to your mum for me. What percentage of ballet enjoys a perverts? Probably a lot. And if you think about it, did I Daniel Day-Lewis you? I always do. Their figures would be exactly Epstein's type. Okay, let me just go to a news coverage so I can see what else we have to do. Can you believe I've almost been streaming 4 hours? I gave myself an extra. I asked Pix for help today. I was like, can I bother you about a stream thing? And she's like, yeah. And then proceeded to be like, maybe ask Google. She's like, I don't know. I didn't see any Renoir. Okay, the nuclear... Oh, we had all this AmFest. We're going to have to do AmFest tomorrow because I have all this stuff I want to watch and I can't watch it tonight. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to talk to you about the nuclear media manager because that's important. And then I'll finish on sports news. How does that sound? But I might just quickly go to the bathroom because I'm not used to streaming this long. But I have to find things to leave you with. Do you like the sound of my keyboard? I know you do. You don't have to tell me. Okay, let me check this isn't going to blow your ears out. Just turn it down for a minute. I put on some pretty music. Okay, hate that. That's nice. And just let me get the most important thing for you. I know you're worried about it. I know you're wondering. Wow, this is beautiful. Okay, all this set up just to go to the bathroom. What is that? And it didn't even work. Okay. Guys. No, hang on. Wait. Wait. Where's that screen? That's when I went looking for my own chat. Okay, I got this. Watch this. It's almost there. There. You want the cows. I know what you want. Okay, I'll be right back. I've lost Twitch chat again, so I'll have to work that out when I get back. I want to show you guys so many songs that I can't show you and so many clips that I can't show you. Like, I really want to talk about the Melania thing and I want to show you the trailer, but I can't because they're going to take me. And and every night after stream, I go to sleep. Every time I wake up, they go, you have had your thing done because of copyright. So I'm trying to be better. But you know how it is. You know how these people are. What are we going to do? Oh, I was going to tell you some news. Are cows in the Epstein Files? Absolutely not. Yeah, we will be doing sports. Don't you worry. It's hard for me to stay on top of it. But I'm staying on top of it. The movie club available yet? Yes. We started Discord and I'm going to be putting up a schedule for us to watch the films together. Take you, exactly. They will. Did anyone watch that show with Dakota Fanning when she was a little kid and they were aliens? Does anyone remember what that was called? I can't remember. Was it Taken? Okay, guys. Signs. No, not Signs. Not Signs. Not War of the Worlds, guys. It was a TV show. Hang on. I'm gonna have to look it up. Taken? Where's my mouse? That has to stop. There has to be a better mouse. Yes. Okay, I was right. Look at this. You guys are all gonna eat your words. Here, Dakota Fanning, who kinda is my doppelganger, actually. Taken miniseries. Okay. I don't actually care enough to tell you about it, but you know, it exists. I watched it when I was little. Okay, news. Losing steam, guys. Come on. I'm Australian. You want me to talk more like this? Yeah, I can do it. Or I can be completely British if you prefer. We can do the rest of the... Actually, maybe that would be good to throw them off my scent. Every stream, we should try to be from somewhere else. Bronx. Oh my god, hold on. No, the Bronx is like... I'm thinking of like... No, South Africa is so bad. Babuti? Pig or cow? Pig or cow? I actually am part of the BBC, and I actually... Wait, hang on. The thing about the British is that they're right at the front of their mouths. Tricky that you can't take that away. Yeah, Long Island, is it? Like, am I too late? Oh my god. I'm too late, aren't I? Oh my god. I got stuck on the train, and this asshole was like in my way. Don't learn my British accent from me, goth. No, I learnt it from British people more generally. Listen, I can't do accents, just like, you gotta let me work my way into a dog. I can't just suddenly see more standing beside me. A matchbox of our own. Boston? Oh, you have me singing. You have me singing, darling? You should never study a accent of someone who... Apple, let me help you, darling. You should never study an accent of someone who's doing an accent. Why can you still see me here? There we go. Wait. Far out, Brussels sprout. Let me do that for you. Hey, let me do that for you. Okay. Okay, let's do the nuclear media merger. So this is about Trump's media company. I actually have two dogs named Apple. One is named Apple, and the other is named Ringo. But Ringo is the word for apple in Japanese. Okay, so... No, we're not doing that anymore. Over it, fun for not even 2 seconds. Okay, so... I have a schedule. Oh yeah, this is to keep us on track. It's been very bad. We haven't been on track. We've skipped around, but that's fine. We're almost there. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, Donald Trump has a media organization. That media organization really just owns Truth Social. Truth Social is making no money. So the Trump Media Technology Group, okay, which is the hollowed out shell company that holds Truth Social, which does anyone use Truth Social other than Donald Trump himself? Does anyone, chat, put your hand up if you've got a Truth Social account. I didn't think so. Okay. So they have just started a merger deal with TAE Technologies. I know you're wondering, oh, what kind of media company is that? That's a great question. Not a media company. Not even close to a media company. TAE Technologies is a nuclear fusion company. Nuclear fusion, which is kind of like a nuclear, like imagine nuclear energy, but like very small. They're trying to work it out. I don't think nuclear fusion has actually been fully, this thing that they're doing, I don't think it exists yet. Do I look like a scientist? Do you look at me and think scientist? Do you look at me and think nuclear scientist? Say yes. Yeah, cool. So right now it's theoretical. Thank you, Johnny. I'm assuming you're a scientist like me. Right now it's theoretical. Nuclear fusion is something they really want to happen. Okay, the silly scientist. That's me. They really want it to happen. So this company, TAE Technologies, is a nuclear fusion company. They have very deep-pocketed backers. They have ties to governments. Okay, and they have ambitions to power the AI economy, right? AI obviously requires quite a lot of energy, and a lot of people in that sphere are like, oh, it's fine because you'll do nuclear fusion, it'll be good. Don't worry about it. So they just purchased Truth Social's company, which is Trump Media and Technology Group. TAE purchased that. How much would you pay for Truth Social if you were a nuclear fusion company? A stupid thing to say to begin with, a stupid sentence to come out of my mouth. But let's just pretend you own a nuclear fusion company and you are going to purchase Donald Trump's media company. What would you pay? You did, Faith, and we are going to get there. $1? 100 million? 55 cents? What about $6 billion? $6 billion. To me, I think, yes. $6 billion. So let's think about Truth Social. It's shrinking. It's got a stagnant user base, barely functions, generates no revenue. It's really just Donald Trump's person. In the same way that Jeffrey Epstein has his own merch that only he wears, it's kind of like Twitter just for Donald Trump. Yeah, Matthew's got his head screwed on, right? So if it values the combined company, if they say that the value of this company is now $6 billion, that means that Donald Trump's shares now are 35%, worth 35% more, right? In a single day. And it instantly moves Trump into the energy sector as a national energy player. So now Trump is in the energy sector. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, no, he's not, because he divested. Did he? Did he? So now his vanity project is no longer a vanity project. Now it's an energy project, right? To be clear, he didn't divest from Trump Media. He moved it into a trust, and he is the sole beneficiary of that trust. The trust is controlled by Donald Trump Jr. And his inner circle is now taking board seats of the entire company that's merged. Okay? He did this with the Trump Tower condos. He did this with his Deutsche Bank loans. He's done this with the Saudis. Okay? All he needs in order to make money from this is government grants. I wonder, it'd be great to get an easy way to get a government grant is to know someone in government. Weird. Loan guarantees would also help. Regulatory fast tracking would be great to make money in this space in nuclear fusion. It'd be great if you could just get rid of some regulations. If you knew the Secretary for Energy. It'd be great if you could also use like national security as a way to carve your way in and out of things. You could just define things as a national security requirement. Who does that, by the way? Who decides? Who decides when something's a national security concern? Like, you know, when they just said that fentanyl was a weapon of mass destruction. Who decided that? I remember. But I'm a little hazy on it. Oh, by the way, TAE is backed by Russian state-aligned organizations. And it's not like I don't know if you guys know what Russia likes to do. One of their favorite areas to apply pressure on other countries is actually, maybe you notice this during everything that's going on in Ukraine, they love to use energy infrastructure as a pressure point. They love that. That's one of their best favorite things. So this company, right? This fusion company already has sovereign wealth funds, including Russia's, invested, Alphabet, Chevron. Why on earth would you need Trump Media? Why would you need that? Because it literally gives you access to the future of America's energy infrastructure, right? And everything I said above can be given, and this is the thing, right? Whoever controls scalable energy, now we don't, as I said, fusion, as I said, the silly scientists, fusion doesn't exist currently, right? But if you control energy and scalable energy, you control AI, ostensibly, you control defense infrastructure, ostensibly, economic growth, strategic dominance. This is very important. Control a lot. Is energy important? I've heard mixed things. I'm unclear. You don't need the lie machine. Social Butterfly, literally, you don't need anything to do with Truth Social at all. Because you got Elon and you got Twitter. I hope it's broken up because, and this is the thing, yes, someone mentioned this. I wish I was Amish. No, I don't. I get obsessed with those kinds of cultures and then but I don't. Anyway, weird tangent. Here's the thing. At the same time that all of this happened, the leading nuclear fusion scientist in America is murdered by the same guy who does the Brown murder, the Brown shooting spree. So the guy who's the leader in the sector in America is murdered. I'm not saying they're related because that would make me conspiratorial. What I'm saying is the timing is insane. And when the timing of something is insane, you need to be completely transparent because that's wild. And it's just convenient that the guy who did both of these murders killed himself before anyone could talk to him, right? It's like, it's so crazy. And I like as I say, my instinct is to not be conspiratorial about it. But in order for me to not be conspiratorial about it, you actually have to be super duper transparent about it. Yes, both the Brown shooting, he then drove his car over and killed the nuclear scientist. Who is the you? It's the all of us. He killed 2 people at Brown, and then he killed, the you, in terms of you need to be really transparent, the administration. So the FBI need to be like, here's all the information we have on the shooter. Donald Trump needs to be like, here is why I'm merging with this nuclear fusion company, because my media company desperately needs to be involved in this energy infrastructure. You need to be extremely transparent, and nothing is transparent here. And so it's going to make people be like, what the fuck? Anyway, just something for you guys to keep your eye on. TAE Technologies, nuclear fusion. Keep an eye out for what becomes a national security measure. Keep your eye on the energy sector. Okay. What a great, like, if I'm looking to make as much money as possible out of being the president, what a great pivot. Already did crypto and the banks. Now he's moving into energy. It's wow. Okay. Sport. Boxing. A new sport for us. A new sport for us today. We haven't covered the boxing before. But here you go. Listen, I want to tell you, when it comes to sport generally, it's been a rough couple of days for the alpha males. Okay, this second one says basketball. We're not covering basketball. Okay, just so you know. So don't think about basketball at all, because I just didn't update it. It's not basketball. Boxing. Please stay focused. Please. We're not covering the cricket, because I have to kind of at least be sort of interested in it. Okay? Rough week for the alpha males. Massive win for woke. Okay? So as some of you know, Jake Paul was fighting, because for some reason, I don't know what it is, when you are a YouTuber, or I don't know when, like, minor league celebrities decided as a group that they would all box. Can anyone tell me the root of this? Where did this come from? Idiots? I just want to, like, for some reason they all box. I don't quite understand what's happening there. Okay, should we watch a little bit? Okay. Head injuries. But is that before or after? Toxic masculinity. Okay. So, this man, look at this. Can I take the blinder off? Or do you guys need to not be able to see? Are you really like, is this, guys, shield your eyes. Shield your eyes. Thank you. Okay. Firstly, I saw this man. Another fine specimen, mind you. I know we've already seen one good-looking man tonight. Here's another. The very first thing I did, as I do whenever I see a boxer, is I checked he didn't have a domestic violence record. This man is clean. Some light drug charges, but absolutely no domestic violence. So this man, you are good to lust over. He's fine. Okay? I don't like that he's sponsored by Polymarket and Riyadh, but I mean, at least he's not beating a woman. Yeah, it was like marijuana as a teenager. I don't give a shit. Like, why even bring that up? Oh wait, I should also watch. I don't really care about... What a loser! Immediate loser. Is he trying to advertise McDonald's? Immediate loser. Have you ever seen a bigger loser? Thank you, Adelaide. Okay, wait. Jake Paul's tattoos. I've never inspected them. I hate them. This guy's tattoo. Cute, subtle, not over, you know? Nice. Yeah, what is this? I don't like it. How tall is Jake Paul? You know what time it is. You get that fight hard, fight clean, touch him up. Okay, guys, these are the highlights. Yeah, get off the ropes. Even I know that. Okay. Too many tattoos. I don't like it. He's not getting knocked out. That's what he's doing at the moment. The whole game plan should be do not get knocked out first. It's amazing. Wait, you guys, you're gonna die when you see this. Okay, 6-1. Perfect. Because remember our discussion? Once you get to 6-2, you stop trying. So this man's still trying. We love to see it. I love tattoos. I love someone covered in tattoos. I love tattoos. I just don't like his tattoos. Why do you have a tribal tattoo? What is this sword? What is any of it? I don't like it. Okay, I just want to get to the bits where it's embarrassing. I don't want to see... Okay, wait, though, can I say, you know it's not a good situation when there's 5 minutes of highlights and there's like a minute and a half of him sitting in the chair getting spoken to, and that's the highlight. That's not good. Oh! Yeah, take it, bitch. Okay. Watch this, guys. So embarrassing. It's coming. He's scared. Get off the ropes. What an idiot. Oh. Oh. Okay, it didn't look that bad there. But wait. Wait. They didn't show it. Okay, guys. They didn't show it. In the slow-mo, it's so bad. It's so bad. Let's see. Look at this. Look at this. Maybe the... I don't want to watch an ad. I'm not waiting for an ad. Okay. This photo, glittering image. Straight up. This is... You can see his jaw breaking here. This is crazy. Ready? Oh, here we go. Bang. Please don't hit me. Oh. Oh, he can't even believe it. He can't even believe it. Oh, he can't even believe it. That's how you gotta hit someone like Jake Paul. Not that we condone that. He asked for it. He hops in the ring, right? Broken here, broken here. Now, I know what you're thinking. oh no, his jaw is broken. That's really bad. But then I thought for a second, well, what would clavicular say? Because in a way, this is just bone smashing. The guy made a whole lot of money, but he didn't because the US taxing him is going to take like half of it. Yeah, I'm fairly sure they tell you to keep your hands up. It would suck if he couldn't talk anymore, wouldn't it? Also, do you think he thought that beard would protect him? I feel like this is just clavicular style bone smashing. He's just trying to grow this jaw. He also did this thing, I didn't see it there, where he was like sticking out his tongue and wagging it. I don't like it. Don't do that. Also, jaw surgery, you think it's going to be good, but it really upset Kanye. So it's not always a looks max. Okay, well that's it for that. Next up, Andrew Tate, who I thought was in prison, so I missed that as well. Apparently he's out because of Trump. I don't know where you'd have to get hit to fix a recessed maxilla. I don't think that. No, he's out of prison and boxing because that's what everyone does. They box. I don't know when boxing just became internet celebrities boxing. Every boxer has to get titanium installed in their jaws for it to be fair. Yeah, so Andrew Tate is here. For a man, he's looking very smooth for a masculine man. I'm just going to say it. He's looking a little too smooth, first of all. Second of all, I feel bad for this guy who's fighting because Andrew Tate has a very small chin. He's also spiritually chinless, but very small chin. A very small target for him to hit. Not like Jake Paul with that big ass beard, okay? He fights this guy who's a contestant from Too Hot to Handle. Because when I think, who will I fight? I think he's lying about his height, definitely. Masculine men can shave, yeah, I know, but look, that's not a shave, that's a wax. This man's waxed down. This man's lasered down. This man spent his time in Romania getting lasered. That's not a shave, okay? I understand men, athletes, they might want to clean things up. That's not what we're looking at here. Just be very clear about that. He's looking a bit like a Ken doll, okay? This man's a social media star from Too Hot to Handle, so not even a professional boxer. Just keep that in mind. Ready? Bang. Never seen anything like it. Bang again. Have another one. Have another one. This is so embarrassing. I think I could fight this guy better. And you guys don't believe me, but I actually could. Now, I want to show you, because I did a bit of research. I thought, who is this Chase Damore from Too Hot to Handle, who's beating the shit out of one of the worst people alive? I gotta know. I gotta know some information. I think you'll enjoy this. Here he is.
Same here.
I feel like I haven't felt
He also didn't protect his face, but he lost to a bug.
Same here.
I feel like I haven't felt
Amazing. Amazing. Okay, can I just say, don't start a movie because I can't be copyright sticker. Stop! No, they're gonna get me. No. Okay. Don't look ahead. Stop. Guys. Soyprem is saying that because of my height, I could take him. Now, I want you to know something, and you're not going to believe me, but it is the truth. You will not believe me, but it is the truth. Are you ready to not believe me, but for it to be the truth? I used to be a competitive martial artist. I trained every day of the week, and I had national titles. I stopped at 19. So it's been a long while, because unfortunately I'm very old now. It wasn't BJJ. You get me on the ground, I'm useless. It was a kicking martial art. It was a Korean martial art. So the second, like, any kind of UFC, any kind of grappling, no good. Not Taekwondo, Tang Soo Tao, which is like Tang Soo Do, like the martial art that came before Taekwondo. So I actually do believe I could, and when I get back to America, I plan on restarting. I'm going to do Kung Fu or Muay Thai. I think I could take Andrew Tate. I will say, because, okay, I have to be responsible. And when you're actually taught a martial art, you're taught to be responsible. When you do martial arts as a lifestyle, okay? Right? The best defense is a good defense. If you can run, you should run, and you shouldn't try and fight people ever. You should not fight. Okay? And I'll say that, and I also want to say that as a woman, it would be irresponsible for me to not tell you that every time I have faced off against a dude, I'm always shocked by how much advantage their bigness gives them. But I still think I could take him. Thank you, polygraph lie detector. I'll try and cut it out. Okay, so this thing that says basketball, what I actually wanted to talk to you about, and it's closed. It's not here anymore. It's so annoying. I'm just going to tell you. I'm just going to tell you the story. Also bad news for also bad news for the alpha men. No, I actually haven't beaten up that many men. Thank you. I can bench an empty bar. People, they... No. I actually haven't... There are a couple of men that I fought in the martial arts, like, area, right? But that I don't count because, like, obviously there are strict kind of rules. Although, actually, it does kind of count, and they are kind of scary, and it is kind of scary. But also, like, when you tell people, when you get drunk and you're like, I'm a competitive martial artist, suddenly everyone wants to fight. Suddenly everyone wants to go around, okay? And, yeah, people get scary. People get scary. You're like, oh, shit, this person's huge. How many Olympians have I beaten up? No. We did mixed gender competitions. Wait, maybe that was only in the in the lower belts. Yeah, it was. But I wasn't thinking about competition. I was thinking about class, where you just kind of, like, you free fight with whoever's around. Oh, I like to roughhouse until I'm like, stop! It's not fun anymore! Get off me! I like to start the fight, and then I like to just scream to have it ended. Oh, whiplash, that's not good. Okay, wait, guys, I'm just going to tell you about this, and then it's time for me to bid you adieu. But I've done much better than I expected. And we have content ready to go for tomorrow. Hell yes. So, the other thing that has the alpha men completely losing their mind, Giselle married her Taekwondo trainer. Speaking of Taekwondo, speaking of martial arts, Giselle married her trainer. And Tom Brady obviously Giselle's ex-husband. Giselle was like, hey, I need you to give up football for me. You already have like 3 Super Bowls under your belt. I need you to focus on your family. And he went, okay, I choose football. And then she's like, okay, I choose my martial arts personal trainer. And he was like, what? What? They got divorced 2 or 3 years ago. It's like literally the anniversary of their divorce, right? I'm going to talk to you about hockey in a second. Okay, I'll talk to you about hockey in a second. We already did boxing, which is a new sport for us. So actually, it's very diverse. We've done F1, we've done NFL, we've done boxing, we've done lots of stuff. It's diverse, okay? They do insist she cheated, but he was cheating on her with football. No one wants to talk about that. He was cheating on her with the NFL. No one wants to talk about that, okay? I love how women will be like, hey, I need this from you or I will leave. Just letting you know, just trying to be very clear about this. This is what I need, and if you don't provide it for me, I will leave. And then men are like, I'm choosing to ignore that. And women are like, okay, I'm choosing to leave. And then men are like, it just came out of nowhere. It's just so unexpected. I have no idea what happened. So Tom Brady chose to keep playing NFL. No, but this is the thing. When he kept playing, he didn't even win. He didn't win again. He didn't win. He already had, he should have retired on a high, and he didn't. He didn't, okay? And then he was all like, what do you mean she's fucking her personal trainer? So anyway, they had a baby together in 2022 or something. But anyway, today, news broke that they got married. Okay? Tom Brady posts a selfie on his story wearing a hoodie that said Forever Young. Okay? And the music that was playing, the song he chose to play, was the Suicide Hotline song by Logic. The one that's like, I don't want to be alive. I don't want to be alive. I just want to die today. I just want to die. That's so funny to me. Your ex-wife gets married and you suicide pay on the main, not even on your private account. And it didn't have to happen. And what I love is, as I said, so Jake Paul breaks his jaw, looks like a massive loser, and a scaredy cat. He's done. Andrew Tate, beaten up by a man who's afraid of cockroach. He's done. Alpha male's already down. Now Tom Brady. Tom Brady is crying. Because his wife made a decision for her own life when he refused to make any compromises for her. Okay? And the red pill men who believe in hypergamy, big L's for them. What do you mean he's the best NFL player in the world? He's and she chose a random taekwondo instructor. Yes, she did, because he loves her and makes her happy. Unlike Tom Brady, hypergamy bros are down. They're losing big. Of course he's not over her. He had the baddest bitch of them all. Everyone talks, boys like, oh my God, it's Tom Brady. You don't understand. Giselle is a Tom Brady of women. Like, I don't think people you don't understand that. And that's fine. You don't have to understand that. But it's not like he was not matched. It's not like she was just some random chick. Can you believe she sold out to happiness? Alpha males have had the worst weekend. This is a 48-year-old man doing this, yeah. Taking a car selfie and putting the Suicide Hotline song over the top because his ex-wife, who he neglected, married someone she already has a baby with. I'm sure she has a high. Does she have surely she has a. Her career's lasted much longer than his. She's been working since she was, what, 14 as a supermodel, has some of the biggest brand deals in the world. Anyway, okay, Bryce, I wasn't going to cover hockey, but since you're so insistent, I was going to get into hockey. You know why? Because there's a gay ice hockey show on television that I'm into. Okay. And also, I discovered that hockey players are really good looking. And I decided to go for the Philadelphia Penguins, I believe, because there was a man on there who was exactly my type. My type looks incredibly stupid. Looks like no intelligent thought has ever crossed this person's face, ever. I was like, perfect. Then I started getting TikToks of hockey players because, and I liked that thing they did where they banged into the glass. I was like, oh, that's fun. I love that. Do that stupid boy thing. I love that. I love hockey. Here I am, a hockey fan. And then I saw a TikTok of one of them taking their teeth out to eat, and immediately done with hockey. Sorry. Unfortunately, my type is mullet mustache. So everything should have worked for me. No. They took out their actual teeth and had a coffee. This guy, hang on, let me find his name so you know. Guys, I'm getting delirious. Because this is I'm not a professional streamer. I'm such a bad streamer. No, I'm a great streamer because the universe can only say yes. I'm a great streamer. Is it the Penguins? Philadelphia Penguins. No, what do you mean? Is it because I don't like hockey or because I like dumb men with mustaches? Why have you changed your opinion of me? No, Pittsburgh Penguins. Pittsburgh Penguins is my team. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. I got it wrong. What's a puck bunny? Pittsburgh Penguins players. Sidney Crosby. That's who I like. I like Sidney Crosby. Chat, this is the third good-looking man of the stream, so we are at our limit. This will be the last good-looking man I have the capacity to show you. Look at this man. He looks so stupid. Oh. It literally looks like it hurts him to have a thought. I love him. He's my favorite player. He's the only person I care about. But part of his appeal to me is that it truly looks like he's never had a thought that includes more than two concepts. Oh, so handsome. Anyway, he's actually a genius. Oh yeah, guys. Oh yeah, he's a genius. He's a captain of the team and he's also a genius. I don't realize how smart he is. Guys, we didn't get any AmFest stuff done. We got some of the Epstein stuff done. I'm over Epstein, honestly. Until we actually have some news. I'm over it. Oh, you're incensed? Do you know what would make you feel better, Bryce, if you gave me a sub? You would feel so much better. Because it's like praying. You know that in religion, the reason you pray for your enemies is because that energy is like bad for you. It's a way to like get rid of it. This would be the equivalent of that. Guys, It's a joke, but thank you. I'm glad the bait worked. Thank you so much. Let me just say, tomorrow we'll do AmFest. Hopefully, I'm hoping going into Christmas, actual legitimate news slows down. Just so you know, and you're aware, and you feel that I have let you know things, there are issues currently in Bangladesh. Imran Khan in Pakistan has received another sentence despite being in jail. He does need to be watched. Is there anything else happening that you really need to know about globally? Putin gave a weird speech about European pigs. The language was odd. We'll look into that. And obviously watch Venezuela. I was thinking that something might happen today because today is actually the anniversary of George H.W. Bush going into Panama. And as I told you in another stream, there's a real corollary. It's 4 a.m. It's 5 a.m. There's a real mirroring between the situation in Panama and the situation in Venezuela. But it turns out he didn't, because he's not an artist. So he doesn't look for that rhyming nature, right? No, I wasn't looking for correlation. I was looking for like corollary. I thought it would be this beautiful like rhyme. Like if I were president, if I were evil and president, and I was going to do a regime change war, I would do it on the day that was the anniversary of the last one, you know? But he doesn't do that. Yeah. I don't feel good about the Venezuela stuff. I don't feel good about any of the Monroe type doctrine, Western Hemisphere stuff. But wait, Sidney Crosby had a what? This changes everything. What do you mean he has a wife? She doesn't come up on the Wikipedia. Oh, because they're private. 15 years? That's a wife. I don't want to be with a cheater. I'm not even kidding when I tell you that when I first saw him, there was part of me that was like, yeah, I mean, it could happen. I either have no self-confidence, like minus 14, like the worst self-confidence you've ever seen on any person ever in your life, or just like, yes, you could end up with the captain of this ice hockey team. Legitimately. I don't want to wreck the home. Unfortunately, I am to terminal degrees a girl's girl. It could never be me. Could never be me, unfortunately. I just like, even as a woman, if you wrong me, unfortunately, I'm going to have empathy for you. And the worst thing I'm going to do is just like separate you from my life and never talk to you again. I could never do that to another woman, and I never would. So, yeah. And that's my personal news for you guys. The only one who is probably not temptable is Mitch Marner. Serial knows all about hockey. I don't need to be your hockey correspondent, because now the love of my life is apparently married for 15 years. And oh wait, guys, there's one more sport thing I almost forgot. We were going to do some Melania stuff, but I need to work out how to not get copyrighted to show you what I want to show you. I'm a Katy Perry girl's girl? What does that mean? I want to show you this quickly. So also a sport I was going to cover is the XL Championships. I am going to get copyrighted for this, but I'll just cut the end. Because did you know that they have a song? This is the World XL Championships.
Everyone seems to know the score. They've seen Andrew do it all before.
We cover all sport. Okay?
It's the Excel World Championship. Who is going to win? It's the Excel World Championship. Who's going in the spreadsheet bin?
Was it? Oh, you want to hear the sad story of my PhD? My PhD program was a philosophy PhD. Mistake number 1. Mistake number 2? It also did politics. No. It's a long story, but I was doing language philosophy looking at political authority, and now all of that knowledge has left my head. Thank you for asking. Excel is actually probably the worst sport I could do. I'm so bad at anything to do with my computer. And on that, join the Discord. Don't do anything bad in the Discord. We're going to do a movie night and we can do Spotify playlists and stuff. Also, uh-oh. It's 5 a.m. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you. I'll see you soon. Also, Serial, I'm in your Discord already. Thank you for popping by. Thank you for popping by, Bryce, as well. Thank you, Soprem. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. I know. Can you believe what a legend I am today? A 5-hour stream almost. And guess what? We're going to be back tomorrow because my goal is 3 times a week. And unfortunately, tomorrow is the last day of the week. So I will have to stream tomorrow in order to stay accountable to myself. Okay. Mwah. Wait, I need to work out how to stop streaming.